Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari. Hey, Hari Bo, everybody, welcome. Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari. There they are. Welcome. Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari. Don't hear? Okay. Okay, mine is working.
Maybe I go off again.
Yeah.
I will go off.
Okay. Yeah, come back on.
Okay. Now I hear you. Now I hear you.
Really? Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Good morning. How's it going in Turkey? Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Rainy season. Rainy season.
Oh, rainy season. Oh.
Rain. Good. Everything looks green now.
Oh, good. Yeah. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Yeah, everything's safe here. Everything's safe here. It's what I've come to conclusion. It's all a game here. It's all. They're just playing games. The whole thing. You know, Trump, Biden, all this stuff. It's all a game. Don't worry about it. It's going to be what it is. We got this. Hare Krishna. Huh?
It looks very ridiculous. Like little boy.
It's like it's just, and they're back. It's Maya. It's Rasa. You know, everybody's gets their little thing, and you know you play war games, and people, the elites, want to take over, make us slaves. All right, let's see. You know, they have their plans, and God has His, just like we do. You know, we have our plans, and Krishna has His. So let's see what happens. But right now, chant the holy name. Screw them. Look who's here. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. Chama Guru. Hey. Oops. Okay, you disappeared. Maybe. All right, let's. Okay, there you are. Let's see. River. Okay.
Hare Krishna, Lalita, Shama, Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, your River, your picture's not coming up yet. I don't know why. Maybe not strong enough. So I'll take you off. Come back on again. All right, try one more time. Yeah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Hare, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama Hare Hare Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Krishna,
Hare Rama
Krishna, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare Krishna
Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Rama,
Hare Rama 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 Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama
Rama, Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Rama. Yeah, Karuna, you probably have too many devices on one thing or
Rama
something.
Rama
Maybe that's why she can't come on. Krishna, Krishna, Hari, Hari, Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama, Hari,
Rama
Hari, Hari,
Rama
Krishna,
Hare
Hari,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hari,
Krishna
Hari, Hari,
Krishna Hare Hare
Rama, Rama, Hari, Hari,
Rama
Hari, Krishna, Hari, Krishna, 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 Hari, 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 Rama, Hari, Rama, 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 Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Rama, Rama, Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari,
Hare
Hari, Hari, Rama, Hari, Rama, 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 Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna, 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 Hari, 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 Rama, Hari, Rama, 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 Hari,
Rama Rama Hare
Hari,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari, Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Rama, Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Hare Rama
Rama, Rama, Hari, Hari,
Rama
Hari,
Hare
Krishna, Hari,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari, Rama, Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Rama Rama
Rama, Rama, Hari,
Rama
Hari, Hari,
Rama
Krishna, Hari, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari, Hari,
Krishna
Hari, Rama, Hari, Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama, Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama, Hari,
Rama
Hari,
Rama
Hari, Krishna,
Hare
Hari,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hari, 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 Rama, Hari, Rama, 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 Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari, Rama, Hari, Rama,
Rama Hare
Rama, Rama, Hari,
Rama
Hari,
Rama
Hari, Krishna, Hari, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare Hare Rama
Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari, Hari,
Krishna Hare
Rama,
Hare Rama Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama, Hari, Hari,
Rama
Hari,
Rama
Krishna, Hari,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare Hare Rama Rama
Rama,
Hare
Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna, 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 Hari,
Krishna
Hari, Hari,
Krishna
Rama,
Hare 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 Rama Hare
Rama, Rama, Hari, Hari,
Rama Rama
Krishna, Hari,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Hari,
Rama
Hari,
Rama Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hari,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama
Rama,
Rama Rama
Rama, Hari, Hari,
Rama
Krishna, Hari, Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama
Hare
Hare Rama
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari, Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Rama, Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Hare Rama
Rama,
Rama
Rama, Hari,
Rama
Hari, Hari, Krishna, Hari, Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari,
Krishna
Hari, Hari,
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Rama Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Rama, Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna, Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Rama, Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Rama Hare Rama
Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Hari, 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 Krishna,
Hare
Hari,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hari,
Hare
Hari, Hari,
Ram,
Rama,
Hare
Hari,
Ram,
Rama,
Ram.
Rama, Rama, Hari, Hari, Hari,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare
Hari,
Hare
Hari,
Ram,
Rama,
Hare Ram, Ram, Hare
Rama, Rama, Hari,
Hare
Hari,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hari,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hari,
Ram,
Hari,
Ram,
Hari,
Ram,
Rama,
Ram.
Hari, Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Rama, Rama, Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari, Krishna, 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 Hari, Hari,
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hari,
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Hari, Hari,
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna
Hari,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram, Ram,
Krishna,
Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare
Ah.
Rama, Rama, Hari, Hari, Hari,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Hari,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Hari,
Ram, Hare
Hari,
Ram,
Hari,
Ram,
Rama,
Ram,
Hari,
Hare.
Rama, Rama, Hari, 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 Krishna,
Hare
Hari,
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hari, Hari,
Hare
Hari,
Ram,
Rama,
Hare
Hari,
Ram,
Rama,
Ram, Ram, Hare Hare.
Rama, Rama, Hari, Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Rama Rama Hari
Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari
Krishna Krishna
Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hari Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Rama
Srila Prabhupada, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Gadadhar Srivasadi Gora Bhaktivinoda Jesus Srila Prabhupada Shri Krishna Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Jesus Srila Prabhupada Nityananda Gauranga Srila Prabhupada Nityananda Jesus, Prabhupada, Nityananda, Gauranga, Srila Prabhupada, Nityananda, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Nityananda, Gauranga, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Krishna, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Ram Ram
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna, Chaitanya, Shri Krishna,
Rama Rama Hare
Nityananda, Nityananda,
Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Ram
Chaitanya,
Ram
Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Ram
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Chaitanya, Shri
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Hare,
Krishna Chaitanya.
Hare Ram,
Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Hare, Rama Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Ram Hare Hare, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Rama
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare,
Rama Rama
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Rama
Ram,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Rama
Ram
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Ram,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
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 Ram,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Ram Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Rama Rama,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Hare, Hare
Rama
Ram,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama
Hare Ram,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Ram
Rama
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ooh. Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Rama Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare Hare Rama Rama
Krishna
Hare
Krishna.
Rama, Hare Rama,
This is Vaitagda Madhava. Introduction. May the pastimes of Sri Krishna reduce the miseries existing in the world and nullify all unwanted desires. The pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are like Shrikani, a blend of yogurt and sugar candy. They overpower the pride of even the nectar produced on the moon, for they distribute the sweet fragrance of the concentrated loving affairs of Srimati Radharani and the gopis. May the Supreme Lord, who is known as the son of Srimati Sachi Devi, be transcendently situated in the innermost core of your heart, resplendent with the radiance of molten gold. He has descended in this age of Kali by his causeless mercy. Oh, yeah. To bestow. To bestow what no other incarnation has ever offered before. To bestow what no other incarnation has ever offered before. The most elevated mellow of devotional service. The mellow of conjugal love. Oops. What happened here? Oh, shoot. Oh, man. Okay. Let us offer our respectful obeisances to the dark cloud of Lord Krishna, which showers the goddess of the 8 directions with the rain of sweetness. Let us offer our respectful obeisances to the dark cloud of Lord Krishna, which showers the goddesses of the 8 directions with the rain of sweetness, which eternally decorates the gopis with the beautiful vine-grown leaves and flowers, and which embraces to its chest the peerless splendid moon of Sri Radha. The beautiful moonlight glories of Mukunda give distress to the lotus faces of the wives of the demons and to their raised breasts, which are like gleaming chakravaka birds. Those glories, however, are pleasing to all his devotees, who are like chakora birds. May those glories forever, may those glories forever give pleasure to you all. What is this? Sutadhara, after the Nandi slokas are finished. Enough with these pompous words. Glancing over the audience, Lord Shiva, who is crowned with the half moon, who is expert in tasting the sweetness of always living in the groves of Vrindavan, who is Lord of Brahmakund's shores, decorated with hosts of great lotus flowers, and who is famous as the master of the gopis, appeared to me in a dream and ordered me to write this play named Lalita Madhava, which I am now eager to present to the many Vaishnavas assembled on this holy day of Diwali to worship Govardhan Hill, the entrance of the Madhava temple on the shores of Radhakund. The moon-like supreme personality of Godhead, the moon-like supreme personality of Godhead, the moon-like supreme personality of Godhead. Who knows, who is known as the son of Mother Sachi, the moon-like supreme personality of Godhead, who is known as the son of Mother Sachi, the moon-like supreme personality of Godhead, who is known as the son of Mother Sachi, has now appeared on earth to spread the devotional service of himself. Has now appeared on earth to spread the devotional service of himself. He is the emperor of the Brahmin community. He is the emperor of the Brahmin community. He can drive away all the darkness of ignorance. He can drive away all the darkness of ignorance. He can drive away all the darkness of ignorance and control the mind of everyone in the world. And control the mind of everyone in the world. May that rising moon, may that rising moon, may that rising moon, may that rising moon bestow upon us all good fortune. May that rising moon bestow upon us all good fortune. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya. A voice from the sky. What are you saying? How have you become so bold to try this? Sutadara. I must follow this order. I have the order from my superior. Listen. Who is this audience? Who is this audience? Who is this audience? The people in this audience are filled with all good qualities. The people of this audience are filled with all good qualities. Who am I? I am foolish Rupa Goswami. I am foolish Rupa Goswami. I am awed by this exalted audience. I'm awed by this exalted audience. Woo, yeah. Today I take shelter of they who have taken shelter of Lord Krishna. Today I take shelter of those who have taken shelter of Lord Krishna. Today I take shelter of those who have taken shelter of Lord Krishna. Today I pray for the mercy of He who is an ocean of mercy and a festival of transcendental bliss. Today I pray for the mercy of He who is an ocean of mercy and a festival of transcendental bliss. Today I pray for the mercy of He who is an ocean of mercy and a festival of transcendental bliss. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Glancing over the audience before him, O devotees, like bumblebees in the lotus flower of Lord Krishna's feet. O devotees, like bumblebees in the lotus flower of Lord Krishna's feet. Woo, yeah, Krishna. By resting on the mercy of great souls such as yourself, by resting on the mercy of such great souls as yourself, I shall become free of all fear. O devotees, like bumblebees in the lotus flower of Lord Krishna's feet, please give your mercy to me by resting on the mercy of great souls such as yourselves. By resting on the mercy of great souls such as yourselves, I shall become free of all fear. Great devotees are peaceful and filled with spiritual opulences. Great devotees are peaceful and filled with all spiritual opulences. They double others' virtues and are cool to others' faults. They double others' virtues and are cool to others' faults. They are softly shining, cooling stars. They are softly shining, cooling stars that decorate the evening sky of Lord Vishnu's feet. That decorate the evening sky of Lord Krishna's feet. Great devotees are peaceful and filled with all spiritual opulences. They double other virtues and are cool to others' faults. They are softly shining, cooling stars that decorate the evening sky of Lord Vishnu's feet. Placing folded palms on his head. Of the four Kamaras, the perfect souls that in ancient times appeared in this world to describe the path of the swan-like pure devotees. The third one has now descended to teach the devotees the sweet nectar of pure devotional service. Of the four Skanda Kumaras, the perfect souls that in ancient times appeared in this world to describe the path of the swan-like pure devotees, the third one has now descended to teach the devotees the secret nectar of pure devotional service. That's Sanatan Goswami. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him, the spiritual master of the world. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him, the spiritual master of the world. Now I want the very honorable elderly queen of actresses, who sings like a demigoddess, to come here on the stage. Woo, yeah, Krishna. Hari 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 Hari. Jai Rupa Goswami. Jai Rupa Goswami. Jai Rupa Manjari. Rupa Manjari. Jai. Oh, my Lord Krishna. Oh, my God. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Ah. This is intoxicating, man. Whoa, Krishna, 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 Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna. Shri Radhe, Shri Radhe, Shri Radhe. Oh, my Lord Krishna. Oh, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Nati enters. Dear friend, my heart is not eager to accept this role as a villainess. In this auspicious play, dear friend, my heart is not eager to accept this role as a villainess in this auspicious play. Shrutadara, noble lady, what are you saying? Look, look, it is now the festive autumn season. It is now the festive autumn season. The Vaishnavas are all assembled here. The Vaishnavas are all assembled here. Govardhan Hill is like a volcano. Govardhan Hill is like a volcano. Erupting the splendid, pure, transcendental glory. Erupting the pure, transcendental glories. Of the eternal Lord Hari, erupting the pure transcendental glories of Lord Hari. And furthermore, the charming deity form of Lord Madhava is also present. And furthermore, the charming deity form of Lord Madhava is also present. Now you should be on your best behavior. Dear friend, I am chained by the shackles of fear that these great souls will become unhappy because of my part in the play. I am not worried about the opinions of ordinary people. Dear friend, I am chained by the shackles of fear that these great souls will become unhappy because of my part in the play. I am not worried about the opinions of ordinary persons. Sutadhara says, noble lady, great souls are always saved from sufferings. It's true, isn't it? Great souls are always saved from suffering. That's you all out here, the audience. Great souls are always saved from sufferings. Even if somehow or other a devotee takes birth as an animal in the jungle, as a human being in one of the directions of this world, as a demigod in the 3 celestial planets, or even as a resident of hell, the Supreme Personality of Godhead always brings him to his lotus feet. The Lord never wishes to abandon him. Sutradhara says, "Noble lady, great souls are always saved from sufferings. Even if somehow or other a devotee takes birth as an animal in the jungle, as a human being in one of the directions of this world, as a demigod in the 3 celestial planets, or even as a resident of hell, the Supreme Personality of Godhead always brings him to his lotus feet. The Lord never wishes to abandon him." Nati, my son, you speak the truth. Still, my better discrimination has been robbed by love for a certain person, and I am now bewildered. Nati says, my son, you speak the truth. Still, my better discrimination has been robbed by love for a certain person, and now I am bewildered. Sutadhara, noble lady, please tell, to whom are you bound with love? Nati, my son, he is a descendant of the Jaranas. He is a descendant of the Jaranas. His name is Kalindi. Sutadhara, who is he? I don't know. I only know that the name Kalanidi means he who is an expert dancer. He is an expert dancer. I only know Kalanidi means, I only know that Kalanidi means he is an expert dancer, endowed with all noble qualities. He is an expert dancer, endowed with all noble qualities. Charmingly youthful, famous in this world, and intent on breaking his enemies in the battlefield. On the battlefield. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Man, is this stuff good. Wow. Rupa Goswami. Who would ever know? Nati, by the kindness of faith, by the kindness of fate, I am an old lady. I have obtained an ordinary daughter-in-law. I have obtained an extraordinary daughter-in-law named Tara. Now I will give her to Kalanidi. Now I will give her to Kalanidi. Nati says, by the kindness of fate, I am an old lady. Have obtained No, by the kindness of fate, I, an old lady, have obtained an extraordinary daughter-in-law named Tara, who is Radha. Now I will give her to Kalanidhi, who is Krishna. Note, Tara is another name for Sri Radharani. With fear of criticism of this world and with a desire for praise. With both of these motives, the Creator Brahma created this exquisite girl. With fear of criticism in this world, and with a desire for praise, with both these motives, the Brahma, Creator Brahma, created this exquisite girl. Nati, the Kirata king Kamsa desires this girl. On the pretext of seeing a dancing festival, he has called Kalanidhi to the capital and is now trying to defeat him. Sutadara, please know that I am a learned astrologer. I shall now explain to you the effect of the heavens on this present moment. He thinks for a moment and then happily says, don't worry. While dancing on the stage after having killed the ruler of uncivilized men, Kamsa, Kalanidhi, Lord Krishna, master of all arts, will at the proper time accept the hand of Tara, Srimati Radharani, who is qualified with all transcendental attributes. While dancing on the stage after having killed the ruler of uncivilized men, Kamsa, Kalanidhi, Lord Krishna, master of all arts, will at the proper time accept the hand of Tara, Srimati Radharani, who is qualified with all transcendental attributes. Purnamasi from behind the scenes, afraid of King Kamsa and thus unable to directly announce the marriage of Radha and Krishna, a certain person instead tells this story of the dancer and the king of the Karatas. By this trick, this fortunate person tells me the truth and comforts me, who has been filled with anguish. Sutadara, looking behind the scenes. Look, famous in this world as Sandipani Muni's mother and Devarsi Narada's saintly student. Fortunate Purnamasi, whose white hair is decorated with gasha flowers, now hastily enters the stage as she eagerly talks to Gargi. Come quickly, let us go and see what happens now that this first scene is over. They both exit, and thus ends the introduction. Scene one. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari. Hari Rama, Rama, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Rama, Rama, Hari Krishna. Krishna, Hari Rama, Rama, Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Hari Hari. Whoa! Ah! Woo! Krishna. Scene one. Scene one. Scene one. Purnamasi, appearing as described in the previous text, enters. Purnamasi repeats text 23 of the introduction and then says, Child Gargi, listen. As we drink the nectar of the overflowing celestial Ganges of Radha's moonlight smile. As we drink the nectar. Whoa! Purnamasi, Child Gargi, listen, as we drink the nectar of the overflowing celestial Ganges of Sri Radha's moonlight smile. Moonlight smile, touching the wave-filled Yamuna of Krishna's sidelong glance, touching the wave of the moonlight glance. The wave, touching the wave-filled Yamuna of Krishna's sidelong glance. At the Trinavini of their Rendavar, a flood of pleasant coolness licks away our sufferings and pleases our hearts. Crossing over the 7 worlds, now we stand above them all. Purnamasi, Child Gargi, listen, as we drink the nectar of the overflowing celestial Ganges of Radha's moonlight smile, touching the wave-filled Yamuna of Krishna's sidelong glance, at the Trinavi of their Rendavar, a flood of pleasant coolness licks away our suffering and pleases our hearts. Crossing over the 7 worlds, now we stand above them all. Garga, O noble lady, you yourself arranged Radha's marriage with Abhimanyu. Why would she desire to meet with Krishna? Gargi. Gargi, O noble lady, you yourself arranged Radha's marriage with Purnamasi, with Abhimanyu. Why would she desire to meet with Krishna? Purnamasi, daughter, this marriage is an illusion of Maya. How could the Vijayanti garland of Sri Radha, which was strung with Brahma's sweet nectar, and Mount Vidya's austerity flowers be placed in the hands of an ordinary man? Okay, I can't take any more. Too intense. Oh, Krishna. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Krishna. Oh. I'm in my, oh yeah, even those in this one are following the footsteps of great souls, even as you Prabhupada said, strictly follow in the footsteps of great souls. Yeah, this is the greatest boon, is to be able to relish this intoxicating treasure of the writings of Rupa Goswami. My God, how fortunate. This is real wealth, man. This is you know how Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, to be in change things around a little bit. People a chance to be seen by Krishna. Yeah. Yeah, Krishna says, "Be in me." Well, yeah, they all say that. By being in me, the whole thing is to be in the Lord's transcendental form, so that He is in us. See, that's perfection. That's now wherever we go, whether we're born, like it said in this poem, whether we're born in the in heaven or hell, or the Lord will never leave us. This was the promise of Jesus Christ. He said, the Holy Spirit will be with you forever. He'll be your comforter. He'll be your guide. He'll be your friend. This is the way. And so there's different, people are in Krishna and his opulences. They're in Jesus Christ, in his word, in his promises, in the Bible. See? In the Vedas is the word of God. See, you're in that. And people, by being in these different glorifications of the different transcendental Lord, ultimately is meant to awaken him in us. See? So that we can be in him and then he in us. See? And then everything is home free. See, that's the whole thing. Because people are in the world. We're meditating on the world, and then the world is in us, which is Maya, right? See, you meditate on Maya, the Maya is in you. You meditate on the objects of this modes of nature. This is all objects in the modes of nature, then the modes of nature in us. And the secret is how to meditate on Lord Krishna, so that Lord Krishna's transcendental presence lives in us. And so that's what the ultimate thing is. Ultimately, all religions and all rules and all regulations is leading to the devotee, who gives us that final deliverance, where we can feel, by meditating on Lord Krishna in our line here, right? We're meditating on this form of Krishna. See, this form of Krishna in this manifestation of Vrindavan and Mayapur, Krishna, Lord Chaitanya. See, and what's meditating on this, then that Lord is in us in that ras. See, that's why the various rasas, rasa tattva, this is the truth about rasa. Okay, so this rasa of Vrindavan is very intense and very beautiful, very intoxicating, very purifying. It's everything, man, and very relishable, topmost relish, topmost happiness. And this came. See, the Lord comes in these different incarnations, right? And what is his purpose? His purpose is to, of course, relish his relationships with his devotees, liberate his devotees in the process, and also to advance our understanding of him. See, so to neglect the incarnation of Lord Chaitanya is to neglect a very important piece of understanding him, God, understanding God, Otherwise, you're more limited. You think, well, the Lord is only came as Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, what about Lord Chaitanya? He didn't come like that. Hey, this is his latest incarnation, and to teach what no other incarnation has ever shared before, the conjugal mellow, this very intense, sweet, intimate understanding of himself, and his desire, is revealed in this incarnation, and yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. Yeah. Otherwise, we're dealing with people who are not liberated souls. The early Christians kind of knew this, and they would say they would get new people in. They say, well, come and learn about Jesus Christ, so that you can get the Holy Spirit. Then we can associate with you more intimately. Otherwise, what is the point? The whole point of perfection in life is to be in the transcendental name, form, past, and qualities of Krishna, so that we can feel that Lord that is in his name awaken in us. See, that's Narada Muni, isn't it? Wasn't that him? He would chant the holy names and then he'd become ecstatic and he can go anywhere in the universe. Hey man, you guys are all becoming as good as Narada Muni. Can you believe? It's hard to believe. Nobody can believe this. Gurus can't believe this. The Vaidhi Bhaktas can't believe this. You're getting this boon already in this life. Hey, what is the difference between Lalita Ganga and Narada Muni? He chants the holy name and is ecstatic. She chants the holy name and is ecstatic, right? And anybody else that's doing that. What is the difference? You're of the same family now. That's why Brahma, when he said, those who evince the symptoms of ecstasy are promoted to the kingdom of God. That's our work here. If you don't, it doesn't matter how great you are in the world. You notice how Facebook, they have all these famous guys and everything. Hey, if the Lord ain't awakened in you, if you can't be in the scriptures, and then you don't feel the Lord awakened in you to some degree, you're not saved. If you don't do devotional service in ecstasy, you got to come back here in this world. See, ecstasy means the Lord is awakened in you. Okay? So now we hear and chant and remember and we feel all these wonderful, excessively great, good feelings. You can't even call them good because it's beyond that. Is pure goodness, man. Perfect feeling. Can you imagine having perfect feelings? Feelings in this world are not perfect. You notice that? They don't perfectly satisfy you. They cause ultimately misery. You become attached because of feelings in the world for your dogs and cats and children and all that. And ultimately they cause you suffering. Iron-like suffering that's very painful. And attachment and coming back again. That's your boon you get by serving Maya and developing feeling for her, relationship for her. It causes us to come back again and again. But you develop feeling for Krishna's name. That is him. If he was here, it's no different than that name being here. Matter of fact, if he's here and he's not awakened in here because you're not purified enough. In here, you didn't get the mercy of a Vaishnava. You look at Krishna, you're not attracted, like the washermen. Matter of fact, if you were serving the modes of nature in the forms of these persons like Kamsa, you see that beautiful Krishna and all that, you hate him. See? Because who you're serving hates that transcendental Lord. You're serving representatives of Maya. It's the same thing now. If you are serving those who do not have that Lord awakened in their heart, that transcendental Lord, and you're serving those that don't have it, even though they're clotheslines, and looking like they're shiny pyrites, spiritual master, not real gold. You won't like this preaching. You won't see this as truth because you believe in darkness as truth, as speculations as truth. You won't like the truth. You won't like the truth that agrees perfectly with the book Bhagavad. And beyond that, and extends the vision even deeper than these verses. It clarifies what Krishna consciousness is all about. You won't like this kind of preaching. It clarifies in the way you couldn't even understand before. And this goes on every day. I'm sick and tired of hearing that this class is better than any other class that you heard. Don't tell me again that today's class was better than anything you heard before.
It's not finished yet.
What'd you say there, Lydia?
It's not finished yet.
I finished that. It's already better. I noticed. Like, wow, man, this is really trippy.
It's already super. Good start.
All we need to do is get juiced up on Rupa Goswami's poetry, man, and then rock 'em, sock 'em. We'll change things around a little bit. Get there we go. Yeah. Oh. Hare Krishna. Okay, so let's get let's get this book now. Yeah, that's why Lord Chaitanya said Vaidhi Bhakti is external bhakti, because the Lord in the heart has not awakened yet. So it makes you it's external. You chanting the names and the pastimes. If you're even doing that, a lot of devotees just kind of do a lot of work. You work, and then you chant, and it's superficial. Even the dancing is not from the awakening, of the heart. Like with Lord Chaitanya, they would dance in ecstasy, they feel the prema awaken from their chanting the names and dancing, and they feel, see, that's the real Sankirtan movement. Otherwise it's just kind of external. You're just doing the Swami step, and see, it's like choreographed, like they do in the world. Just, and it looks good, but it's still superficial until the heart is awakened. So anyway, we're here to teach the value of that. And because then your life is perfect. But people they don't believe in Vaishnavism that you can have that. But you can now. Just because you're around devotees who have this. Very powerful Sangha here. So, yeah.
Oh, Guru.
Huh?
Guru. Powerful Guru.
Well, it's the Lord, he makes fools. Look at Rupa Goswami saying, I'm just like a fool. All real devotees that are used by the Lord feel that it's like, we're just like little, like people are puppets for the modes of nature. The devotees are puppets for this extremely powerful person inside, and does what he wants, he's the Lord, inside. That's why devotees sometimes, when they're taken over and possessed by Kalanidhi, Kalanidhi? Yeah, you become really, strong. Yeah. What happened?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama. Yeah, I'll just go over some of these things. Yeah, I can't talk about these things when I'm in that. It's like I want to, but then I don't want to leave the Ras. And afterwards, yeah, I'll read the play over again, but speak about it a little bit here while I'm in this mood. Oops, come on. Yeah. So the beautiful moonlight glories of Mukunda give distress to the lotus faces of the wives of the demons and their raised breasts. That's the proud, isn't it? If you speak something there, see the proud raised breasts. It's kind of a proud gesture, See, and it gives distress to them. They don't like it because the demons are twisted. Their understanding is all twisted, and that's why being demoniac is just a twisted truth. Everything is so twisted and perverted. It goes into the demoniac. To the point where you want to be like God. That's exactly what's happening. These persons are trying. They're inspired to, in this world now, this new world order thing, is they're inspired to imitate God to an excessive amount, and excessively greedy to do that. That's why they want to control the whole population and make them their puppets. See, this is demoniac. It's twisting the truth. They're trying to imitate the Lord in an excessive way. See, they want to have all the wealth of the world. You notice that they call that the shift in wealth transfer. You notice all the wealth, even from they broke down. Mute your stuff, everybody. Yeah, they're breaking down all of the middle class and taking all their wealth. See, instead of us supporting the middle class, and having a middle class, they're breaking it down so that all the wealth goes to these billionaires, and it's like they don't have enough. It's never enough. See, you get, just like we're greedy for the real treasure, right? We're greedy for more of Krishna. It's also greed. See? But it's a good one. It's transcendental greed. It's the greed of liberated souls. It inspires them every day to commune more and more intimately with the supreme truth. The supreme Lord. They want more of that. They forever. But the opposite is in the Maya. They're under the control of Maya. It makes them excessively greedy to not have more than, $1 billion isn't enough. They want more billions, and then that's not enough. And then they want control. Everything in this dark place. This is why they end up destroying the world, or they want to destroy the world, is because their desires are so selfish that it ends up in causing so much suffering for everything other than themselves or their extended families. Okay? So that's the imitation of God. Okay? So the only way to get out of that is you got to transmute that greed for material wealth for spiritual wealth. Okay? That's why sometimes demons, they change, and then they become extremely great souls. They become so greedy for Krishna, it's so purified, So yeah, can be like that. So those glories, however, are pleasing to all his devotees, who are like chikora birds. I think chikora birds, they only exist on pure water or something. They don't like muddied or anything mixed. So they want the pure glories of the Lord. And the devotees love this. See, they love the pure glories of the Lord, but those who speculate don't like it. They like speculation. It's like people, they prefer to go to McDonald's and eat organic food. They actually prefer it, and they won't organic. It's just, not enough salt on it, not enough this, not enough that. Where usually it's, So that's how it is. The pure glories of the Lord are the food for those who don't want to mix anything. They just want pure, the pure thing, because it gives them the best high. Just like, pot smokers. They only like the good stuff, the manjaris. See, it's funny they use that word manjari, huh? Topmost. See, manjari is topmost bud for the pot smokers. See, but for those who are smoking Krishna, some of these guys smoke Jesus. They go, you ever seen that? They go, Jesus, baby Jesus. So those who are relishing the glories of the Lord like that, see, those are the devotees. See? So there's, And so the topmost glories, the Manjari bud of Krishna's pastimes is Vrindavan. It gets you the most high. Literally, you get so intoxicated, you want to dance, cry, laugh, just act like a madman. Totally in ecstasy. See? And that's topmost. See, that's topmost pure glories. Like they're not mixtures. We don't want to mix Vaishnavism with liberation. And talk about, oh yeah, be a selfless servant, and all the, everything that, these liberation guys, you mix in with Vaishnavism. Those talks don't appeal to devotees. No, they want to hear pure glories of Krishna. Okay? The pure thing, they just without any taints or anything. And so that comes from the pen of Rupa Goswami, right? It gets you the most high, most intoxicated. And that's not bad when it's to do with the Lord's transit. There's no downside, no karma free, karma busting, busts all your karma. If you can taste even a glimpse of these glories, you get liberated. It's so powerful. That's why you notice the Lord, he came here and did the topmost thing. Towards the, the later pastimes, it's all he was into. Let me just relish Rupa Goswami. No, not Rupa. Well, yeah, he would do some of that because it was written. Some the Dagda Madhava was being written. But all his devotees that were of Vrindavan variety, he was just tasting those things, because he got him most high, most intoxicated. You get addicted to Krishna Vrindavan. Just like you smoke pot a lot and you like the high, you get addicted. You got to have it, man. You like that, like this. See? Well, the devotees also, they like, like this. Hey, I got to smoke a little baby Krishna Vrindavan now. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare. I'll probably get criticized for this, but who cares? You transcend public opinion. Who cares about that? You don't like it? Well, don't come here and get intoxicated on glory, Krishna's glories. Go out there and smoke pot or do whatever you do. I don't know, Go out there and ready. Go out there and smoke Vaidhi Bhakti if you want. Varnashram Dharma, yes, rules, regulations, yes. Let's worship some of these liberation type Vaishnavas and these mixtures, the alloys, the gurus now that teach self-development techniques and stuff. Yeah, fine. Go out there and smoke that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. We're smoking this, man. Hey, man. The moon glories of the Lord, Krishna. Give pleasure to all Chakravakta bird type devotees.
We smoke and we drink nectar and and
you don't like it. You don't like this here, man. You don't know what Krishna consciousness is really about, right there, River. They don't know what they don't know what real happiness is, man. What are you guys saying? Oh, he's really vocal today.
Yeah.
Maharaj is totally right. Raganuga Bhakti is far more lovable to Krishna as it shows Sri Krishna Chaitanya Madhya 21. Yeah. The appeal is the sweetness of Lord Krishna. Yes. The transcendental mellows generated from the dealings between the gopis and Krishna cannot be tasted. Listen up, man. You want to find the path. The real path is right here. Why? Because it matches the verse. If you don't match the verse, Mr. Guru Dev's out there, you can't give this. But if you do, you'll be real Santa Claus. The transcendental fellows generated from the dealings between the gopis and Krishna cannot be tasted by further activity, yogic austerities, speculative knowledge. That means even as a Vaishnava, you speculate, you can't taste these glories. See, you got to be as it is, man. You got to be the personification of as it is. That means Krishna is actually living in you and making you dance in this world. And that means if he's living in you truly, you will match the verses, even though you feel yourself foolish, unqualified, and ordinary. But you'll match the verses. So see if those people here in this Sangha, some of them are matching the verses. Let's see. Regulative devotional service. See, are we regulative devotees? No regulation at all. If you wake up, no, it's not. We're working up at 4:00. We wake up whenever, And to do what? Chant Hare Krishna. All right. Mantra yoga or meditation. That means you can chant Hare Krishna till you're blue in the face, but if you don't have this ecstatic love awaken, I want Krishna. I chanted 3 lakhs today. You can chant it. How many lakhs doesn't matter. You cannot taste it. Unless the Lord is awakening your heart. And if you're just you don't like those, there were people that chanted 3 lakhs. I won't mention the names, but 3 lakhs, and then they hated real devotees. Literally, they hated them, and they chanted 3 lakhs. Therefore, they never really got up there. But they got a lot of followings. Followers. They follow. Well, he chants 3 lakhs. I'm going to follow them. But they actually hated real devotees. Yeah, this true story. But it's so sensitive that I won't mention who it is, because people, they believe in these people because, well, he must be a pure devotee. He chants 3 lakhs. Not necessarily. Maybe, but not necessarily. Because if you go against real devotees who have real bhakti, see, then you're like this. You can't take. You're like that verse. You can't. No matter how much you do, you cannot taste these glories of Vrindavan. But such persons, they have to go to a real devotee and say, "Oh, I see. The Lord of Vrindavan is actually living in you. I can see those qualities." See that? Then and then you go through that devotee. Otherwise, you cannot get into this kingdom of. I mean, that's the way it was 500 years ago, 550 years ago, when Lord Chaitanya was here. He empowered these simple people. They were nothing special, but they were special because the Lord was living in them in the Vrindavan mood. Big sannyasis, big Brahmins, aristocratic Brahmins. They had to go to these simple persons who had the real ras of Vrindavan. Otherwise, they wouldn't get it. It's the same thing now. You're going to see. You watch. I'm telling you. There'll be sannyasis coming here to get this. If they're sincere and they really want Krishna, this is the only door to it. I haven't. You show me. I'm ready to be, give the benefit of the doubt. You show me one place like this. You show me one door to an easy access to Vrindavan. I don't tell me only, this sannyasi's a pure devotees. Yeah. Did you get into Vrindavan? Or you got prema bhakti? That's what I want to see. By the fruits they shall be known. Let me see some fruits, not a bunch of talk and a bunch of show bottle and a bunch of clothesline. And, well, he's an illustrious thunderbolt and austere and chants 2 lakhs. No. How many people have you got into Vrindavan? You come here and we'll show you how many people we got into Vrindavan. You show us how many people you got into Vrindavan. Hey, man, talk is cheap. Talk can be expensive, too. We have expensive talk here. Our talk, it's priceless. It gets you in the door of Vrindavan. Okay? So, yeah, I mean, isn't that just common sense? Like, hey, let's see it, man, Is that too frank? Am I being too honest or something?
No. Not frank enough.
Should I pull the punches? Should I go into etiquette and think, oh, you're such a great person? and hide the path? Or should we just tell people, hey, man, here's the qualities of where the door is, and here's the disqualification? I don't know. I'm kind of inspired to do that. But it doesn't but I lose a reputation. I only get like 9 people coming, Maybe isn't it about getting a whole bunch of followers and a whole bunch of problems?
Well, there are more generations to come, Guru Maharaj.
Oh yeah. Let's go for the long. Let's go for the long haul.
Let's enjoy.
Yeah. Let's go for the distance. Listen, Jesus Christ, he just got his 11 there, and he was happy. I got 11. The Lord drew 11. So we draw usually about 11 or 12, sometimes a little bit more.
A little bit more.
Yeah. But you guys are getting more people than I am, and that's great. That's good. Look, River got 19 once. That's amazing. Okay. That's great. Hare Krishna. I'll just go over these verses. Yeah, so the moon-like Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as the son of Mother Sachi, has now appeared on earth to spread devotional service of himself. See, himself. That's how he had to do it. He had to come here and be both the worshiper and the worshipped. See, so you see the complete form. And so he empowers his devotees to do the same thing. Because the devotee is also doing what Lord Chaitanya did. And they're empowered to do it. They never say they're God, just like even Lord Chaitanya didn't like to be known as the Lord. He wanted to teach people how to worship Krishna by a personal example. So he would chant Hare Krishna and become ecstatic. Okay? Sounds pretty simple, huh? All you have to do is chant Hare Krishna and become ecstatic, and then you represent Lord Chaitanya. Isn't that simple truth? Well, it can be simple or it can be impossible. It's simple if you come to those who are empowered with the same potency to chant Hare Krishna and the pastimes and be ecstatic also. Where the Lord awakens in them. That's simple. You come through that door, right? Or impossible, you go through all the unlimited. You know how many? They have thousands of gurus in ISKCON and Gaudiya Smriti. How many authentically have that transcendental Lord awakened in their heart? Because if they don't, and most don't, they don't have the symptoms of that actually happening. That's why I'm looking symptoms. Most don't. Therefore, you're going to like a place to get milk, but you don't get the milk. Nipples on a goat, they don't produce real milk. Goat milk. You ever have goat milk? Or what do you prefer, goat milk or cow milk?
Goat cheese. Goat cheese.
Goat cheese is okay. I like that goat cheese, but cow milk I like better.
Cow milk. Cow milk.
It's kind of smelly, that goat milk.
Yeah.
You don't see that being sold in the stores.
You can't make whipped cream from it.
Yeah. So it now appeared to spread devotional service of himself. So the Lord has to come. And if we're going to spread devotional service, see, he spread pure devotional service of himself, pure love of God, spontaneous devotion. If we're going to spread that in this world, then that has to be also shown and demonstrated and taught about, just like he did. So that's what you notice. We have those symptoms here of we're also worshiping the Lord in ecstatic devotion and teaching about it and spreading this way, spreading the value, saying, hey, man, this trumps all kinds of worship. This trumps the worship in the level of Vaidhi, just like he taught. Okay? So now the Vaishnavism needs to come to this level to be progressive. Otherwise, where else can it go? Where else does it show in the Vedas or in our line that it can go in some other direction or should go? No, it should go from Vaidhi to spontaneous level of devotional service, or Raganuga. You have transcendental rag, but you got to go through the door. You got to go through the devotees here that are teaching in an empowered way by Lord Chaitanya using them to teach this. I mean, I couldn't do this all night. You think I could? This is beyond any human being. The Lord himself in this transcendental potency has to teach, has to show the devotee how to teach, has to show his intimate associate what these verses actually mean. Otherwise, they're impossible to understand on our own. This is the problem. That's why people in Vaishnavism, it's on the level of religion, because you have to speculate on what they mean. You don't, unless the Lord helps you, because he's awakened in you, and especially in a mature condition, you cannot understand this kind of thing. That's why people, Rupa Goswami. Can you believe it? We're reading in ecstasy Rupa Goswami's work and Prabodhanandanas and all that stuff. That is impossible. Devotees, you can't. A lot of people may, in Krishna consciousness, read this stuff or try to teach it and everything, but they're all speculating unless they got the special benediction of the Lord like that in the parampara. You'll just speculate and everything. And then when a real devotee comes to you that's relishing the real ras, you don't like them. That's what I to be honest and frank, when I go to the Narayan Raj devotees, they don't like when I'm preaching, they don't like it. They feel competitive.
But that's jealousy, yeah. That's
jealousy.
Jealousy.
Oh, well, our guru. I mean, it's not my point. I'm trying to help Narayan Raj devotees. I want to help ISKCON. I feel inspired to do it. Prabhupada ordered me to help his devotees. There's a lot of Narayan Raj devotees that have great respect for Prabhupada. Mm-hmm. And the same thing, Gaudiya Math and Gaudiya and ISKCON. They hold Prabhupada as very important to them. They honor his books and everything. So Prabhupada came to me and asked me to do this. And that's why I keep doing it, even though they spit on what we're doing often. They don't like it. They spit on my associates here. It doesn't matter. They're babies, children. They'll learn eventually. You feel that. It's like, they just don't know. Forgive them, Father. They're just vomiting on me today. Tomorrow they'll, do something else.
Feel sorry for them, because seeing how they are in such an ignorant state, it's painful.
Yeah. Well, they can't help it, because of the darkness. Yeah, that's why Jesus knew that it was a generational thing. Not everybody was going to wake up, and he just kept speaking, and he held back. We're not holding back much. We're just telling, we're taking the ball and teaching even Christians. I mean, like we have a Christian here on the property, and he was a Vaishnava for a while, and then he just got like there was no juice in it because it's all Vaidhi, and he wanted more, and he went to Jesus. There was nobody like this here. And so he goes to Jesus and gets a little bit of the Holy Spirit. But I don't see the symptom. He doesn't understand Rasa Tattva, because you need to be taught by those who are being taught by Lord Chaitanya's line. And so you can see, he talks about the Holy Spirit and everything. But where are the symptoms of this great ecstatic devotion of Vrindavan? That is nowhere to be seen, and he doesn't know it's of value, because ultimately him and all others like that, if you want to enter the mansion of Vrindavan, which is, Jesus said, my Father's house are many mansions. Well, Vrindavan is a mansion. You got to go to those who have the shiksha for that, just like I did. I went to Prabhupada. Otherwise, the Lord Jesus showed me what he's going to, where all the Christians will go. if you stay there. And I know what that is. You see Krishna. You don't know that the Lord is Krishna. Also, that the Lord is everywhere present, and you're connected to that. That's great, wonderful feeling. I mean, just joy. Just joyous. You feel your eternal, immortal self. In relationship to the Father everywhere. God is everywhere. I understood why he called that the Father. It's like that. It's like you're connected to, and God, that your Father, that you're, is everywhere. But this I had to learn from Prabhupada's books. Otherwise, I would have. And then increase the ecstasy of that. So that's the complete understanding that says in Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, we read the verse that those who know me only as the unlimited Lord and not as also the son of Maharaj Nanda and stuff like that, the personal form, don't completely know me. But those who know me as both really know me. So in this life, I'm here to develop that predominantly because it's more attractive, the personal, relation with that God that's everywhere in a personal, oh boy, that's really hot stuff.
It needs to be preached because this is the highest truth there is about God, about Krishna.
This is rare. Yeah, this is rare. I've never met any of these gurus. They don't have any experiences like that. Actual experiences where you're relishing the unlimited Lord. You get that, you see the universal Lord like that everywhere present as a super soul. And also this. I mean, this is practical, actually practical demonstration on this earth. The Lord is using this fool to teach these things. And rare stuff. So whoever's taking advantage, that's why, the Lord is tickled. He's so happy he's giving you so much so fast.
Yep.
For you to recognize this. Yeah, the first fruits. That's what, the disciples of Jesus were feeling very similar because they thought, nobody is understanding this Jesus Christ, but we're the first fruits. And it's like that, it's the same kind of thing. You're the first fruit. Look at all the Vaishnavas, don't understand. Millions of Vaishnavas started because of Prabhupada in the line. And look, we got like nine people out of millions. So anyway, that's okay. You got to start somewhere.
Sometimes there are more. Sometimes there are the double, and
it's all going on.
Not everybody is always present, but at least we are with 20 hardcore.
Yeah, hardcore. We're hardcore, man. Hardcore. Yeah. So, spread devotional service of himself. He is the emperor of the Brahmin community. And he can drive away the darkness of ignorance and control the mind of everyone in the world. See, the darkness of ignorance. Those who are attached to Lord Chaitanya, and the more attached you become, the more you can also drive away. The Lord will use you to drive away the ignorance of the world. You notice that there, Govinda? How the Lord uses you and you can drive away the ignorance because you become empowered by that Lord that you're attached to. That's how he uses his devotees. We're like the handle for Lord Chaitanya in this world. He's our handler, like these guys. They talk about in the these demons, these what do they call MK Ultra control. They have handlers. See, and they use them to do diabolical things. See, that's demoniac. But Lord Chaitanya is our handler. He handles us. Causes us to act in this world to do his espionage mission of delivering the souls. Very covert operations. Lord Chaitanya is our handler. Yeah. Yeah, he can drive away the darkness of ignorance. See, darkness is ignorance. So the highest truth is reality distinguished from illusion. So the empowered devotees teach that. Isn't that what we do all day? We talk about, hey, that's ignorant, man. And this is truth. That's ignorant. This is truth. This is ignorance. That's truth. And if you come here enough, you start to think, oh, thank you. Drive away my ignorance. Thank God. I don't need that. That was holding me back. Believe in that ignorance. Believe in gurus who have not realized Krishna. That is ignorance, isn't it? There's certain ignorance in that. Yeah. What? If the Lord has not awakened in them and they have the symptoms, well, let me find the real deal. Isn't that you need to hear from real devotees who know this science. You know, you're not misdirected. See, that's why the devotee, just like the Lord, is your best friend. See, but people don't know that. See? But you begin to know that when you meet a real empowered devotee, a real bona fide spiritual master, and they direct you to the Lord, and then you get the Lord. You say, boy, this guy was my best friend. He got me connected and married to God. No, nobody's ever done that. They're all more or less misdirected me in the world. Okay, they helped me a little bit, but boy, the bona fide spiritual master really helped me because they had pure intention. They wanted to make me connected to the Lord. See? And that is the highest benediction that anybody can have in the world. There is no better treasure than this. That is not equal to billions of dollars. You got the golden goose and not just the byproducts. Gold and wealth and all that's byproducts. What do you need? Why not get the golden goose? Always lay in gold and whatever it is. And that's the thing. Devotees, they don't consider this really gold and all the stuff in the world. No, they consider gold, man. Attachment to Krishna, relishing devotional mellows. That's the treasure. Yeah, you relish the treasure and everything, and you become a great speaker. Just automatic. You don't have to be, well, I'm going to take a Dale Carnegie course, how to win friends and influence people. See? So no, you get the golden goose. All that stuff comes from him. Yeah. And then you get a few friends and instead of like a whole bunch of fools that keep you, in illusion. What good are thousands of friends? You win friends and you have hundreds of followers, all in illusion. And, oh yeah, these are my friends. They're not really your friends. I'd rather have a few friends that I'm eternally related to because they have ecstatic devotion. What about you? You like those kind of friends? Or you want a whole bunch of friends out there that are not awakened and are going around here and there in the Maya? What's the better deal? I'll take the few friends that have ecstatic devotion. And then we'll make more. See, because we got the golden goose.
Like Chamaguri says, it's all about the quality, not the quantity.
Who said that?
Chamaguri. It's
Yeah.
all about the quality, not the quantity. That's
exactly. True. Yes, we're into quality. I mean, if we get 1 million friends that are awakened, then that'll be amazing, man. Because Krishna will be in control, and therefore we'll be happy. If Krishna's Maya is in control of people, you have problems. Just like here, it's a little bit problematic when Maya is still inside the devotees. It causes a little problem until it's out. The more it's out, and the more Krishna's in control, home free. Everybody becomes more happy. Yeah. All right, so here. What else can we milk out of this? Yeah, he can drive away all ignorance and control the mind of everybody. And this isn't this great? So natural. You know how many people, they're trying to do this? Meditate. I want to control my mind. And the mind is going here and there and everything because it doesn't have an attraction to something that is spiritual. See, and that can only happen when you get association with the devotees, and then you get a feeling for what is transcendental, and then your heart causes you to fix your mind just naturally. Notice how, like, right, Lolita, when you're chanting, your mind doesn't want to deviate. It's your mind doesn't. No, like I don't even want to I kind of blow my nose and chant Hare Krishna just to try to keep, I don't want to lose even a second of the glimpse of Krishna. When they say, so, hey, wait, see, and the mind wants that. Control the mind. Automatically, the mind is thinking, hey, man, my mind wakes me up in the morning. My mind says, get the frig up there and chant Hare Krishna. What are you wasting time for? My mind says that now. My mind is my best friend. Doesn't Bhagavad Gita say that? The mind is either your worst enemy or best friend. But when the mind gets attracted to Krishna, oh my God, it's your best friend. Your mind starts saying, hey, man, time for bhajan. It's eager. It becomes eager. Yeah, let's connect. See? Now, isn't that the best way to go? The Lord came here to give us that. You come here, you'll get that boon. Because we got that boon, we can give that boon. You don't have a loaf of bread, you can't give it, right? If you don't have this bread of life, you can give this bread of life where your mind is attracted. It'll always be, oh God, it's time to get up. Let's see, I got 14 rounds left. Oh, well, I got to do it because I got to do my duty. And you fall. Fall asleep. Yeah. See, so the whole thing, you associate with devotees who are attracted devotees, you become attracted 1,000 times faster than trying to do it on your own, or being around even gurus who are closed-minded still. They're not really attracted. They're just kind of ecclesiastical. You think it's any different in Vaishnavism as it is in the Catholic Church? It's more or less the same. They're out there. They became gurus and everything by, following the programs, and they had the desire, and because, wow, man, this is a cushy position, and whatever it is, or maybe they're austere and everything, and they get voted in, and but how many see, like Prabhupada became a spiritual master because he was effulgent. He had this bhakti in his heart, became strong, where people could nest in that tree, okay? And were attracted. All real empowered spiritual masters are like that. They become a solid rock that people can sit on, or a tree of bhakti where people can come and say, this is a good place to develop. And it's solid. The tree is rooted in bhakti, not rooted in the world. See, and then so the sincere people come, they want that, and they nest there. Yeah. That's why, until I accepted the role as spiritual master, nothing would work. I tried the Ritvik thing, didn't work. Okay? I tried, going back to Jesus, didn't work. Tried all kinds of stuff to get away from that, what Prabhupada said. And then I realized just surrender to the order, and then it worked. Okay? Sincere people come, and that's I understood. Just follow the order. Just be into, okay, yeah, it's true. It is a qualification. Is ecstatic devotion is the qualification to be guru. Okay, that's happening here. So I'm not acting in a lie. I'm not lying to people. I'm acting in harmony with what the books teach. See? So I had to admit that, it's like I had to just stop lying to myself just to get away from the responsibility. This is what Jesus had to do. He said, well, God, I have to take the responsibility because God was so much in him that he was matching the scriptures as the revelation. He saw the scriptures were leading to his presence in the world. And that's how it is. Prabhupada taught this. He said the acharya is self-effulgent. They're effulgent because of the true self living inside them. Okay? And then it illuminates everything. See? That's why they can't be taken down by Maya. Maya is illusion. She's always trying to get you to believe in lies, what is not true. See, so the devotees are matured to the point of spiritual master. They stay with the truth. Whatever that, the truth is in the scriptures. Truth is in the name. The truth, the Lord reveals to them, hey, man, you're in me. You're in me and I'm in you now. You realized me. Now get to work. Pull some people out of this mess. They're all bumping into walls. Go out there and fight. Okay. So may that rising moon bestow upon us all good fortune. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that rising moon? Anybody who is connected with Lord Chaitanya, that rising moon rises in our heart. See, and bestows all good fortune. And that's preaching. Preaching is you tell people the truth. Hey, man, get attached to Lord Chaitanya. Come through the door here. And you come through the door, the association of associates of Lord Chaitanya, those who become associates of Lord Chaitanya, and you will feel all good fortune come into your lives. You'll be protected from these miseries here in this world. You'll be elevated through all of this terrible stuff coming down on the world. Okay? That all good fortune, even in the midst of this, good fortune comes. Yeah. The greatest asset that we can get, the greatest treasure we can get is attachment to Lord Chaitanya. Because automatically you get Vrindavan, Radha and Krishna worship. Yeah. The greatest treasure you can get is the association of authentic associates of Lord Chaitanya. That is there's no greater treasure than that. Even religion, even these gurus are trying to hide that treasure. They're trying to hide it. Oh, don't go over there to Gohari. Don't go to that Sangha. It's Sahaja. It's this. It's that. That's your test. If you can figure that out, if you are really sincere and you really want Krishna, he will show you that we're honest, just because that true Lord who is honest is living in us. We're not anything special. They're just housewives here, ex-alcoholics here, ex-drug addicts here. Some are still drug addicts, We're just a band of ruffians. But the Lord, somehow or other, I just feel like we read yesterday, how does this Lord Krishna warrant a birth amongst us, rascals and fools and ordinary persons? Ruffians. Look how rough that.
We are more receptive.
Look how rough that Lalita Ganga is. She's a real wrestler.
Maybe because we are more receptive,
because of what?
We are more receptive because we don't have this high standard of we know it all.
Oh yeah. We're just knowing. We're knowing the all. That's what's important. It's important not to know it all, but to know the all. The all is Krishna. That's just to know him, to be touched by that relationship, intimacy. Yeah. Okay. All good fortune. All right. A voice from the sky. What are you saying? Have you become so bold to try this? Sutadara, I must follow this order. I have the order from my superior. Listen. And that's how it is. You know, it's so funny. I just talked about this. Yeah, I had to follow the order of superior. You know, Prabhupada, Krishna. And it's great when you do that. Look at the work. Rupa Goswami had like this dream, and he was ordered to do this. And look how wonderful it became. Vidagdha Madhava and Lalita Madhava, these two fantastic books that are still here 550 years later, giving ecstasy to real devotees. See, this is because of the order of true Vaishnavas. This is why what we do works here. Because I got the truly proving. People say, oh, Gohari, it's just a dream. Well, wait a second. If it was just a dream, this wouldn't happen. People wouldn't be getting ecstatic love. No, because it is the order of the superior. Just like Rupa Goswami had the order superior in a dream. I also had it in a vision, a lucid dream. The order of Prabhupada and Krishna came to my second disciple and said, because of your guru, you are getting my darshan. And so that's saying, okay, Gohar, you understand? At first I was okay, yeah, but now I'm understanding. Okay, let me just follow the order and everything will work out, and it does. Okay. More people get ecstasy. Hey, man, very happy about that. See, all because of the order of the Vaishnava. If you haven't had that order, man, any guru out there, if you're just speculating what Prabhupada said, you know, about what you should be, that you should, you know, if you're just like blinded by your own desires on trying superimposing on that, then then what you do won't bear this kind of fruit. See, here the fruit of love of God is being birthed here in devotees because of the order of the parampara, yeah, and the blessing of Krishna. So who is this audience? The people in the audience are filled with all good qualities. Actually, they're filled with all transcendental qualities. Okay? Good is not good enough to explain the qualities in devotees because they're transcendental qualities. They accurately represent the name, the pastimes, and the qualities of the Lord conclusively. That's transcendental. That's not good. Good people cannot express that. Good people cannot. Good gurus cannot. They're in the mode of goodness. They cannot accurately represent the qualities of Krishna in their speaking or appreciate them in their hearing until they get the mercy of a real Vaishnava. Okay? So those people coming here are filled with all transcendental qualities in there, because the Lord is in them. Okay? And most of you, in developing, overcoming all your obstacles, whatever they are. Who am I? See, this is a devotee's always feeling. I'm foolish Rupa Goswami. See, I am awed by this exalted audience. Today I take shelter of they who have taken shelter of Lord Krishna. So if this is the mood of a devotee, why shouldn't all people be in that mood? Why shouldn't everybody think, I'll take shelter of those who have taken shelter of Lord Krishna, especially and more mature in that stage? See, that's the path. Take shelter of those who have taken shelter of Lord Krishna and have received the result of taking shelter, which is the Lord giving himself to us, where the Lord is living inside us. Okay? Now that's where to take shelter, huh? Those who have taken shelter and gotten the result. Okay, well, Vaidhi Bhaktas, you take shelter of those who are taking shelter of the Lord, but are a little bit green. They just haven't got this yet. And you can see, because they tell you they don't know what Shuddha Bhakti is. See, we do. And we cultivate Shuddha Bhakti, right? We want that. We want to get the bellows and get that Holy Spirit going, right? You ever see the fire? You know, I was at the start of the fire and they had a bellows there. And I went with the bellows and the fire started getting hotter and hotter. All right, that's us. Holy Spirit. These other people, they see the bellows in Vaidhi Bhakti. They see the bellows and they throw it away. No, we don't want to stoke that fire. We don't even know. That's sahaja or something. Throw the bellows away. See? As devotees, we know what is gold. Gold is this bhakti, man. We at the bellows, man. Hare Krishna, that's the bellows. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. We welcome the Lord. Hey, man, get us drunk on you. Give us that new wine. New wine. We want it, man. We are open to. Hey, man. Hey, you got it. You got fans here, man. Fan that. Turn on the fan, Lord. See, the Lord's just waiting for somebody to welcome him. You know, he's knocking on. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. Yeah, he's been knocking, man. Yeah. How many people say, get the hell out of here, man? Who's knocking here? We don't know you. They're like Jesus said to the woman of the well, we know who we worship. You don't. See? So the Lord's knocking with Jesus, you know, or any real devotee. He knocks, you know, and who's opening the door? Yeah, who opens the door of their heart? Who opens the door and says, oh, yeah, come on in. Yeah. Whoever does gets all kinds of benedictions. So today I pray for the mercy of he who is an ocean of mercy and a festival of transcendental bliss. See? Pray for he who is an ocean of mercy. See? That's the Lord. And a festival of transcendental bliss. And people don't know what that is here. Yeah. How do you know? You got to meet the representative. See, they're a ocean of mercy. Yeah, the Lord uses them to be an ocean of mercy and a festival of transcendental bliss. You see the devotees; they're a festival. Don't you see a devotional pandal going on here every day? Isn't that what we have? This is our pandal program. It's a festival. A festival of what? Bunch of ceremonies. And you see any big ceremony? No. Festival of what? We just go right for the verse, man. Bliss, ecstasy, that festival. What is this? That's only a shadow of the truth. Oh, the big festival of flowers and all that stuff. No, that's external bhakti, man. No, we go right for the festival of bliss. Festival, you notice there's a festivities going on here. You noticed anything like that? Are we matching the verses? Is the Lord making us match the verses? Showing us? Isn't this what we're supposed to do? Have the festival of bliss and not the festival of flowers and the dancing lights. Ooh, look at all the Diwali. Look at all the lights, man, going. Well, you feel the bliss? Bliss, what is that? Who knows, you know? No, just the dancing lights and the flowers and the big pandals and the big sannyasis with their sticks going up and down the stage. Oh, is that a festival of bliss or is that a festival of flowers?
Festival of the most shiny visitor you can imagine.
Yeah. Festival of bliss. See, flowers wilt, don't they? This bliss never wilts. It just keeps every day more bliss. Festival of bliss. That's a devotee's happiness. We have these. That's why I like to read these books, because we are into festivals of bliss, not flowers. A lot of people into the flowers and the pandals and all. They don't like these festivals of bliss. They think it's sahaja or something. Oh, what? You feel Krishna? Oh, no, we don't. No, that's not right, man. There's something wrong with that. It's always the same. I was amongst Christians. You know, I had our little troop there in Sweden. We went to one of these Christian meetings, man, and I felt the spirit of Jesus, and I started dancing, and our group was dancing around, and everybody got up and started dancing. They never did that before, and they all started again dancing. And the elders, you know, the controllers, you know, and they came up to us in delegation, and they came up to me and said, "We knew there was something wrong. There's something wrong about what you're doing there." Oh, dancing in ecstasy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's wrong. See, the elders, that's sahaja in the Christian way. Put a lid on it, man. Control yourselves. Control. Who wants to control? I just want to get into the bliss, man. Isn't that Christian kind of, you know, get into blissful, ecstatic worship with abandon, not caring for outsiders. Isn't that what it says? The devotees who have prema, they dance in ecstasy and jump around and dance, not caring for outsiders. What is the problem? Why do you care about, you know, what do you care about insiders? You see, that's the problem. You guys don't care about insiders. We're insiders. We don't care about outsiders. Well, we would like them to come inside if they'll do it. Yesterday, I asked a stubborn Coventry ISKCON devotee to join this favored Sangha of Lord Krishna to listen to a pure devotees. She said, "Why?" We replied, "Because it is written in the Sri Upanishad verse that Lord can be known only by those whom he favors and not to anyone else." Yeah, the bottom line is, can you see that the favor of the Lord is on this Sangha? If you can't see it, what does that mean? You're blind.
You're blind.
You're blind. You can't see the favor of the Lord. That means you don't know what the favor of the Lord is. So therefore, keep coming here and we'll teach you. We'll teach you the symptoms of the favor of the Lord. Drive away ignorance, and you'll be benefited eternally. And then Maya will never touch you because you know her tricks.
Yeah.
There it is. There's Saint Aman. Let's start calling him Saint Aman. That guy, he's uncommon personality, this Aman. The guy is perfect in tattva.
Yeah.
You kind of call him Bhaktivedanta Aman. Perfect tattva. I mean, everything he says is right on. I haven't seen anything that was inconclusive. Sant Aman. Yeah. And not by anyone else. See, not by any. So you got to see where is the favor of the Lord on a devotee or on a group. Like here, it's on a group. You got to see the favor of the Lord there, and otherwise you can't take advantage of it. And so that's part of our work, is to teach who are favored devotees. If people will take this course, if you just understand that this is a course, this is a seminar. This is the best seminar you'll ever go to. This seminar you couldn't pay $1 billion for, to get this kind of teaching. You can't get it there. This is not taught by any guru I've ever seen here that actually teaches by realization, by the Lord actually teaching through that devotee and showing those symptoms of that the Lord is actually doing it, and not the person just trying to speculate their way through these kinds of discussions, of the highest bhakti, the highest truth, man. Here, you come here, you're gonna get a postgraduate degree in this Chaitanya. You'll be able entrance into that school. If you don't, you'll die without this knowledge. There ain't nobody teaching like this. Because it's not like I'm so great. No, the Lord is very great, and the Lord is greatly working here with the authorization of the parampara. Whoever is smart enough to take advantage of this is going to be benefited in a way that is very, very rare. And it's being proven already. Look at this Lalita Ganga there. Look at her chanting. Look at her relationship with Krishna. You want that? If you're thinking, well, what is this? You're blind, man. You're blind if you don't see the glories of that favor. See, that benediction. If you don't see that glory, man, you're really blind. And if you want to take your blindness out, spend 30 days. Do a 30-day challenge, and you'll not be a loser. But if Maya leads you away, you're still not strong enough, not enough good fortune. But an intelligent person will say, hey, man, let me look if this guy is just another bullshitter like all these other guys and all these other representatives of Maya, who have not really realized. Let me check it out. Let me spend 30 days to see and test this person here, and see if I don't get some benefit more than I got for 40 years even by listening to anybody else that's available. See, test it. If you don't really want Krishna enough. You aren't greedy. You don't know enough that what is real treasure to even want to test it out. So that's just frank truth. You don't know what is real gold. You believe what is not gold to be gold. Therefore, you won't do a 30-day challenge. I'm only saying it for your benefit, man. For me, I know where I'm going. And many of us persons here know where they're going. And it's transcendental place. This is for your benefit. If you can see that, you want to benefit, you want prema bhakti, you want to see how to make quick progress to it, spend 30 days regularly listening to these classes and get strong. Get the Maya peeled off of you, and it's easy. All you have to do is turn on your video camera and listen and hear, make friends with the devotees here, become part of this eternal family. This ain't you think this is a mundane family? I have no interest in mundane people. People think I'm heartless because I care less unless you care about what we're doing here. I'm not here for people who don't care about what we're doing. Maya's taking care of them, right? Over here, you got some care about what we're doing. I'll get all the help here. Otherwise we're here for those who are ready to come back to the kingdom of God. Literally, where you don't have to no pie in the sky thing. You will experience spiritual emotions, spiritual awakenings here. If that's what you want. Do you want to transcend the modes of nature? Do you want to end the cycle of birth and death? Well, that's just a byproduct here. Yeah, we don't even think about that. Like, you're probably really thinking about it because you aren't free unless you can taste this bhakti. And we're not even thinking cycle of birth and death was so what? It's already done deal, man. I'm finished. Way beyond that. Way beyond liberation and salvation. We're relishing devotional mellows, the highest that Lord Chaitanya came to give. And you guys don't care about this? How can we? I don't want to scare people away.
Think about now. Be happy now. It's happening now.
Why
wait it time?
Those promises are usually false when they say, "Oh, wait." When I was in ISKCON, they told me I was miserable because I was never meant to do the Vaidhi only, and I was not happy. And they just stick it out. One life, be miserable, and then when you die, Krishna will take you to paradise. When I left, I felt better because I was more free. Now, I'm not saying it's bad to be, it's great. You're making the effort. You're part of a devotional group and everything. That's great. But, you want to move to this stage, because if you don't have ecstatic love for the Lord and you don't at least like what we're doing here, then you're taking another birth because you're not attracted to what's transcendental. We're attracted to the transcendental worship of Krishna and Lord Chaitanya. And it's visible in the activities of the devotees here. What is this?
They're gone.
You're gone. So since you're gone, I just take you off, I guess. Okay, maybe when you come back or something. Oops, I took the wrong person off. Okay, I gotta get you back on somehow. Where are you? Oops. Uh-huh.
Everything okay?
Yeah, well, Lalita kind of disappeared. Okay, here we go. We got rivers appearing. People appear and disappear somehow. Okay.
Maharaj, I'm always listening if I'm not there in front of the screen.
Okay, good. If you don't, you get spanked. Okay. So, glancing at the audience before him, old devotees like bumblebees in the lotus flower of Lord Krishna's feet. Isn't it? You become a bumblebee naturally. But, you want to say something? Oh, I don't. Yeah. Okay. The devotees are like bumblebees in the lotus feet of the Lord, which is just natural. Oh, I think we got somebody.
Maharaj, there are very strange sound distortions on both devices here.
Yeah. Here too.
Strange distortions?
We cannot hear you properly.
Oh. Yeah, okay, I know why. Signal is kind of weak right now for some reason. Maybe it's better now. Okay. Oh, it's a little weak.
Strange sounds.
Yeah, my signal is a little weak here for some reason.
Robot.
Okay, that's better here.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Okay, it might get better. Oh, you know what I do? Okay, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to refresh this. That's all right. Refresh it.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare.
Okay, I just needed to refresh the doggone thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Lalita, between you and River, who wants to read something?
Maharaj, I'm gonna go for a walk and listen because I haven't been for one for 3 days.
Well, I guess you're on there, Lalita.
You're on, Lalita.
Yeah, okay. No problem.
Yeah.
What shall I read? Let's see. I was reading chapter 12 of Canto 10. I hope there is not too much noise because it's storming outside. Really
No,
heavy
no,
storm.
no problem.
Okay. Okay. I was reading chapter 12, but I will start something else.
Okay.
Um, oh, Hare Krishna. Something about the gopis?
How
Whatever
about
you
some,
want.
how about more Lord Chaitanya stuff?
Good, 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 good. Yeah. And Jalila? Or
Yeah, whatever you want in there.
the loving dealings between Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Jagadananda Pandita. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Kora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Kora Bhakta Vrinda. All glory to my spiritual master Srila Gaura Haridas Maharajacharya. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. All glory to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, to Jagannath Babaji, to Bhaktivedanta Thakur, to Lord Nityananda, to Lord Chaitanya, to Radharani, and to Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. O devotees, may the transcendental life and characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu always be heard, chanted, and meditated upon with great happiness. All glories, all glories. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is all merciful. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu, who is an ocean of mercy. All glories to Advaita Acharya, who is also an ocean of mercy. All glories to all devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whose hearts are always filled with mercy. The mind of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was always morose because of a continuously manifested feeling of separation from Krishna. The Lord would cry, "Oh my Lord, my life and soul." Oh son of Maharaj Nanda. Where shall I go? Where shall Where shall I attain you, O Supreme Personality, who play with you, who play with your flute to your mouth? This was his situation day and night. Unable to find peace of mind, he passed his nights with great difficulty in the company of Swarupa Damodara and Ramanandaraya. Meanwhile, all the devotees journeyed from their homes in Bengal to see Lord Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, headed by Shivananda Sena, Advaitacharya and others. All the devotees assembled in Avadvip. The inhabitants of Kulina Grava and Kanda village also assembled at Navadvip. Because Nityananda Prabhu was preaching in Bengal, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had ordered him not to come to Jagannath Puri. That year, however, he went with the rest of the party to see the Lord. Srivasa Thakura was also there with his 3 brothers and his wife Malini. Acharya Ratna was similarly accompanied by his wife. The wife of Shivananda Sena also came, along with their 3 sons. Raghava Pandita joined him, carrying his famous bag of food. Vasudeva Datta, Murari Gupta, Vidyanidhi, and many other devotees went to see Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Altogether, their number 2 or 300. The devotees first saw Sachivata and took her permission. Then in great happiness, they started for Jagannath Puri, congregationally chanting the holy name of the Lord. Shivananda Sena managed the payment of tolls at different places, maintaining everyone. He guided all the devotees in great happiness. Shivananda Sena took care of everyone, and he gave each devotee places to stay. He knew all the paths leading to Orisha. One day, when the party was being checked by a toll collector, the devotees were allowed to pass, and Shivananda Sena remained behind alone to pay the taxes. The party went into a village and waited beneath a tree because no one but Shivananda Sena could arrange for their residential quarters. Nityananda Prabhu, meanwhile, became very angry and upset because he had not yet obtained a suitable residence. He began calling Shivananda Sena ill names. Shivananda Sena has not arranged for my residence, he complained, and I'm so hungry I could die. Because he has not come, I curse. I curse his 3 sons to die. Hearing this curse, Shivananda Sena's wife began to cry. Just then, Shivananda returned from the toll station. Crying, his wife informed him, Lord Nityananda has cursed our sons to die because his quarters have not been provided. Shivananda Sena replied, You crazy woman, why are you needlessly crying? Let my 3 sons die for all the inconvenience we have caused Nityananda Prabhu. After saying this, Shivananda Sena went to Nityananda Prabhu, who then stood up and kicked him. Very pleased. Very pleased at being kicked, Shivananda Sena quickly arranged for a milkman's house to be the Lord's residence. Shivananda Sena touched the lotus feet of Nityananda Prabhu and led him to his residence. After giving the Lord his quarters, Shivananda Sena, being very pleased, spoke as follows. Today you have accepted me as your servant and have properly punished me for my offense. My dear Lord, your chastising me is My dear Lord, you're chastising me is your causeless mercy. Who within the three worlds can understand your real character? The dust. The dust of your lotus feet is not attainable even by Lord Brahma. Yet your lotus feet have touched my rich body. Today, my birth, my family, and my activities have all become successful. Today, I have achieved the fulfillment of religious principles, economic development, satisfaction of the senses, and ultimately and ultimately devotional service to Lord Krishna. when Lord Nityananda heard this, he was very happy. He rose and he embraced Shivananda sister in great love. Being very much pleased by Nityananda Prabhu's behavior, Shivananda Sena began to arrange residential quarters for all the Vaishnavas headed by Advaitacharya. One of Sri Nityananda Prabhu's characteristics is his contradictory nature. When he when he becomes angry and kicks someone, it's actually for his benefit. Shivananda Sena's nephew, Srikanta, the son of his sister, felt offended and he commented on the matter when his uncle was absent. My uncle is well known as one of the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but Lord Nityananda Prabhu asserts his superiority by kicking him. After saying this, Srikanta, who was only a boy, left the group and traveled on alone to the residence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Srikanta offered obeisance to the Lord, he was still wearing his shirt and coat. Therefore, Govinda told him, "My dear Srikanta, first take off these garments." As Govinda was warning Srikanta, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Don't bother him. Let Srikanta do whatever he likes, for he has come here in a distressed state of mind." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired from Srikanta about all the Vaishnavas, and the boy informed the Lord about them, naming them one after another. When Sri Kantasena heard the Lord say, he is distressed, he could understand that the Lord is omniscient. As he described the Vaishnavas, therefore, he didn't mention Lord Nityananda's kicking Sivananda Sena. Meanwhile, all the devotees arrived and went to meet the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received them all, just as he has in previous years. The women, however, saw the Lord from a distance. The Lord again arranged for the residential quarters of all the devotees and therefore called them a partake of the remnants of food offered by Lord Jagannath. Shivananda Sena introduced his three sons to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because they were his sons, the Lord shows the boys great mercy. Lord Chaitanya asked the youngest son's name, as Shivananda Sena informed the Lord that his name was Paramananda Dasa. Once before, when Shivananda Sena had visited Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at his residence, the Lord had told him, when this son is born, give him the name Puri Dasa. The son was in the womb of Shivananda's wife, and when Shivananda returned home, the son was born. The child was named Paramananda Dasa in accordance with the Lord's order, and the Lord jokingly called him Puri Dasa. When Shivananda Sena introduced the child to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord put his stool in the child's mouth. No one can cross. No one can cross over the ocean of Shivananda's states of good fortune, for the Lord considered Shivananda's whole family his own. The Lord ate lunch in the company of all the devotees, and after washing his hand and mouth, he gave an order to Govinda. As long as Shivananda Sena's wife and children stay in Jagannath Puri, he said, they must be given the remnants of my food. There was a resident of Nadia named Parameshvara, who was a confectioner living near the home of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When the Lord was a boy, he would visit the house of Parameshvara Modaka again and again. The confectioner would supply the Lord milk and sweetmeats, and the Lord would eat them. Parameshvara Modaka had been affectionate toward the Lord since his childhood, and he was one of those who came that year to see the Lord at Jagannath Puri. When he offered his obeisances to the Lord, he said, I am the same Parameshvari. Upon seeing him, the Lord asked him questions with great affection. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Parameshvara, may you be blessed. It is very good that you have come here. Parameshvara then informed the Lord, Mukunda Ramata has also come. Hearing the name of Mukunda Ramata, Lord Chaitanya hesitated, but because of affection for Parameshvara, he didn't say anything. An intimate relationship sometimes makes a person overstep formal etiquette. Thus, Parameshvara actually pleased the Lord in his heart by his simple and affectionate behavior. All the devotees engaged in the cleansing ceremony of the Gundicha temple and danced in front of the Ratha Yatra chariot, just as they had done in the past. For 4 consecutive months, the devotees observed all the festivals. The wives, such as Malini, extended invitations for lunch to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. From Bengal, the devotees had brought variety of Bengali food that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu liked. They also cooked various grains and vegetables in their homes and offered them to the Lord. During the day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in various activities with his devotees. But at night, he felt great separation from Krishna and he used to cry in this way. The Lord spent the 4 months of the rainy season in various pastimes. And then he ordered the Bengali devotees to return to their homes. All the devotees from Bengal would regularly invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for lunch. And the Lord would speak to them in very sweet words. All of you come to see me every year, the Lord said. To come here and then return must certainly give you great trouble. I would like to forbid you to do this, but I enjoy your company so much that my desire for your association only increases. I ordered Sri Nityananda Prabhu not to leave Bengal, but he has transgressed my order and come to see me. What can I say? Out of his causeless mercy upon me, Advaita Acharya has also come here. I am in debt to him for his affectionate behavior. This debt is impossible for me to liquidate. All my devotees come here just for me. Leaving aside their homes and families, they travel by very difficult paths to come here in great haste. There is no fatigue or trouble for me, for I stay here in Nilachala, Jagannath Puri, and I do not move at all. This is the favor of all of you. I am a mendicant and I have no money, so how can I clear my debt for the favor you have shown me? I have only this body. I have only this body, and therefore I surrender it unto you. Now, if you wish, you. And now, if you wish, you may sell it anywhere you like. It is your property. When all the devotees heard these sweet words of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, their hearts melted and they began to shed incessant tears. Catching hold of his devotees, the Lord embraced them all and began to cry and cry. Unable to leave, everyone remained there. And 5 to 7 more days just passed by. Advaita Prabhu and Lord Nityananda Prabhu submitted his words at the lotus feet of the Lord. The entire world is naturally obliged to you for your transcendental attributes. The entire world is naturally obliged to you for your transcendental attributes. Yet you bind your devotees again with your sweet words. Under these circumstances, who can go anywhere? Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu peacefully calmed them and bade each of them farewell. The Lord specifically advised Nityananda Prabhu, you shouldn't come here again and again. You will have my association in Bengal. The devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began their journey crying, while the Lord remained morosely at his residence. The Lord bound everyone by his transcendental mercy. Who can repay his debt for the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a fully independent personality of Godhead, and he makes everyone dance as he likes. Leaving his company, therefore, all the devotees return to their homes in different parts of the country. As a wooden doll dances to the will of a puppeteer, everything is accomplished by the will of the Lord. Who can understand the characteristics of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? The previous year, Jagadananda Pandita, following the Lord's order, had returned to the city in Nadia to see Sachimata. When he arrived, he offered prayers at her lotus feet and then offered her the god prasadam of Lord Jagannath. He offered obeisances to Sachimata in the name of Lord Chaitanya and informed her of all the Lord's submissive prayers to her. Jagadananda's coming pleased Mother Sachi very much. As he talked about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, she listened day and night. Jagadananda Pandita said, my dear mother, sometimes the Lord comes here and eats all the food you have offered. After eating after eating the food, the Lord says, today, Mother has fed me up to my neck. I go there and eat the food my mother offers, but she cannot understand that I am eating it directly. She thinks that this is a dream. Sachimata said, I wish Nimai would eat all the nice vegetables I cook. That is my desire. Sometimes I think that Nima has eaten them, but afterwards I think that I was only dreaming. In this way, Jagadananda Pandita and Mother Sachi talked day and night about the happiness of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jagadananda Pandita met all the other devotees in India. They were all very happy to have him present. Jagadananda Pandita thereafter went to meet Advaita Acharya, who also was very happy to have him. Vasudeva Datta and Murari Gupta were so pleased to see Jagadananda Pandita that they kept him at their homes and would not allow him to leave. They heard confidential narrations about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from the mouth of Jagadananda Pandita and forgot themselves in the great happiness of hearing about the Lord. Whenever Jagadananda Pandita went to visit a devotee's house, the devotee immediately forgot himself in great happiness. All glories to Jagadananda Pandita. He is so favored by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that anyone who meets him thinks, now I have gotten the association of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu directly. Jagadananda Pandita stayed at the house of Shivananda Sena for some time. And they prepared about 16 seers of scented sandalwood oil. They filled a large earthen pot with aromatic oil, and with great care, Jagadananda Pandita brought it to Nilachala, Jagannath Puri. This oil was placed in the care of Govinda, and Jagadananda requested him, please rub this oil on the body of the Lord. Govinda therefore told Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagadananda Pandita has brought some scented sandalwood oil. It is his desire that your lordship apply a little of this oil on your head, so that blood pressure due to bile and air will be considerably diminished. He prepared a large jug of it in Bengal. With care, he has brought it here. The Lord replied, a sannyasi has no use for oil, especially perfumed oil such as this. Take it out immediately. Deliver this oil to the temple of Jagannath, where it may be burned in the lamps. In this way, Jagadananda's labor in manufacturing the oil will be perfectly successful. When Govinda informed Jagadananda Pandita of this message, Jagadananda remained silent, not saying even a word. When 10 days had passed, Govinda again told Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it is the desire of Jagadananda Pandita that your lordship accepts the oil. When the Lord heard this, he angrily said, why not keep a masseur to massage me? Have I taken sannyasi for such happiness? Accepting this oil would bring my renunciation, and all of you would laugh. If someone passing on the road smelled this oil on my head, he would think me a dairy sannyasi, a tantric sannyasi who keeps women. Hearing these words of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Govinda remained silent. The next morning, Jagadananda went to see the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said to Jagadananda Pandita, "My dear Pandita, you have brought me some oil from Bengal, but since I am in the renounced order, I cannot accept it. Deliver the oil to the temple of Jagannath so that it may be burned in the lamps. Thus, your labor in preparing the oil will be fruitful." Jagadananda Pandita replied, "Who tells you all these false stories? I never brought any oil from Bengal." After saying this, Jagadananda Pandita took the jug of oil from the room and threw it before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the courtyard, broke it. After breaking the jug, Jagadananda returned to his residence, bolted the door, and lay down. 3 days later, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the door of his room and said, "My dear Jagadananda Pandita, please get up. I want you personally to cook my lunch today. I'm going now to see the Lord in the temple. I shall return at noon." After Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said this and left, Jagadananda Pandita got up from his bed. He bathed and he began to cook varieties of vegetables. After finishing his noonday ritualistic duties, the Lord arrived for lunch. Jagadananda Pandita washed the Lord's feet and he gave the Lord a sitting place. He had cooked fine rice mixed it with ghee and piled it high on a banana leaf. There were also varieties of vegetables placed all around in pots made of banana tree bark. On the rice and vegetables were tulsi flowers, and in front of the Lord were cakes, sweet rice, and other prasadam of Jagannath. The Lord said, "Spread another leaf with a helping of rice and vegetables, so that today you and I may take we'll take lunch together." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu kept his hands raised and would not accept the prasadam until Jagadananda Pandita, with great affection and love, spoke the following words. Please, please first take prasadam yourself, and I shall eat later. I shall not refuse your request. In great happiness, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then accepted the lunch. When he has tasted the vegetables, he again began to speak. "Even when you cook in an angry mood," he said, "the food is very delicious." this, this shows how pleased Krishna is with you, because he will personally eat the food Krishna makes you cook so nicely. You offer such sectarian rights to Krishna, who can estimate the limit of your fortune? Jagadananda Pandita replied, "He who will eat has cooked this. As far as I am concerned, I simply collect the ingredients." Jagadananda Pandita continued, offered food varieties of vegetables. Out of fear, the Lord said nothing but continued eating happily. Jagadananda Pandita eagerly forced the Lord to eat so much that he ate 10 times more than on other days. Again and again, when the Lord wished to get up, Jagadananda Pandita would feed him more vegetables. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dared not forbid him to feed him more. He just continued eating, fearful that Jagadananda would fast if he stopped. At last, the Lord respectfully submitted. My dear Jagadananda, you have already made me eat 10 times more than I'm used to. Now please stop. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stood up. He washed his hands and mouth, while Jagadananda Pandita brought spices, a garland, and sandalwood bulb. Accepting the sandalwood bulb and garland, the Lord sat down and said, now, in front of me, you must eat. Jagadananda replied, my Lord, you go take rest. I shall take prasadam after I finish making some arrangement. Ramai Pandita and Raghunatha Bhatta did the cooking, and I want to give them some rice and vegetables. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then told Govinda, you remain here. When the Pandita has taken this food, come inform me. After Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had said this and left, Jagadananda Pandita spoke to Govinda. Go quickly and massage the Lord's feet. He said, you may tell him the Pandita has just sat down to take his meal. I shall keep some remnants of the Lord's food for you. When he is asleep, come and take your portion. Jagadananda Pandita thus distributed remnants of the Lord's food to Ramai, Nandai, Govinda, and Raghunatha Bhatta. He also personally ate the remnants of food left by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then the Lord again sent Govinda. The Lord told him, go see whether Jagadananda Pandita is eating. Then quickly return and let me know. Seeing that Jagadananda Pandita was indeed eating, Govinda informed the Lord, who then became peaceful and went to sleep. The affectionate, loving exchanges between Jagadananda Pandita and Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued in this manner, exactly like the exchanges between Satyabhama and Lord Krishna related in Srimad Bhagavatam. I don't know how much longer this is. Oh, okay. Who can estimate the limit of Jagadananda Pandita's fortune? He himself is the example of his own great fortune. Anyone who hears about the loving exchanges between Jagadananda Pandita and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or who reads Jagadananda books, Prema Vivarta, can understand what love is. Moreover, he achieves ecstatic love of Krishna. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishna Das, narrate Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps. It was long reading.
Oh. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Oh.
Where is Guru Maharaj? Maybe he fell asleep.
He will have his reasons.
What?
He will have his reasons. He will have his.
There are so many lessons inside of this.
His reason. Yeah. I don't. Many of them I don't understand, and I feel I made a lot of offenses. Maybe I don't know. Whoa. Hare Krishna,
What do you
Hare
mean
Krishna.
offenses?
Yeah, but not caring about my visitors when when Garaidas was visited me. I feel I made a lot of offenses and did a lot of wrong things. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Guru Maharaj said, let Tom
Hare
read.
Rama, Hare Hare. But the chapter is finished, huh?
Something else then.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Oh. I feel just continuing the next chapter, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I feel disoriented. I don't know. So I just read. I know. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Srivasadi Gaurava Pravinda, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Srivasadi Gaurava Pravinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Arfa Mahabal basically says, Shri, Varaidas, Vaishnavas, Guru, Bhagavan. Chapter 13. Pastimes with Jagadananda, Pandit, and Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Let me take shelter. Let me take shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Gaura Chandra. His mind became exhausted and his body very thin from the pain of separation from Krishna. His mind became exhausted and his body very thin from the pain of separation from Krishna. But when he felt ecstatic love for the Lord, he again became fully developed. But when he felt ecstatic love for the Lord, he again became fully developed. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Acharya. And all glories to all the devotees of the Lord. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would taste various transcendental relationships of pure love in the company of Jagadananda Pandit. Wow. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would taste various transcendental relationships of pure love in the company of Jagadananda Pandit. The unhappiness of separation from Krishna exhausted the Lord's mind and reduced the structure of his body. But when he felt emotions of ecstatic love, he again became developed and healthy. Because he was very thin, when he lay down to rest on the dry bark of plantain trees, it caused him pain in his bones. Because he was very thin, when he lay down to rest on the dry bark of plantain trees, it caused him pain in his bones. All the devotees felt very unhappy to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in pain. Indeed, they could not tolerate it. Then Jagadananda Pandit devised a remedy. He acquired some fine cloth and colored it with red oxide, and he filled it with cotton from a similar tree. In this way he made a kilt and a pillow, which he then gave to Govinda, saying, "Ask the Lord to lie on this." Jagadananda said to Swarupa Damodar Goswami, "Today please personally persuade Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to lie down on the bed." When it was time for the Lord to go to bed, Swarupa Damodar stayed nearby. When it was time for the Lord to go to bed, Swarupa Damodar stayed nearby. But when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the kilt and pillow, he was immediately very angry. The Lord inquired from Govinda, "Who has made this?" The Lord inquired from Govinda, "Who has made this?" When Govinda named Jagadananda Pandit, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was somewhat fearful. After asking Govinda to put aside the kilt and pillow, the Lord lay down on the dry plantain bark. Swarupa Damodar said to the Lord, "I cannot contradict your supreme will, my Lord, but if you do not accept the bedding, Jagadananda Pandit will feel great unhappiness." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "You might as well bring a bedstead here for me to lie on. Jagadananda wants me to enjoy material happiness." Wow. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "You might as well bring me a bedstead here for me to lie on. Jagadananda wants me to enjoy material happiness. I am in the renounced order, and therefore I must lie on the floor. For me to use a bedstead, kilt, or pillow would be very shameful." When Swarupa Damodar returned and related all these incidents, Jagadananda Pandit felt very unhappy. When Swarupa Damodar Goswami devised another method, first he secured a large quantity of dry banana leaves. Then Swarupa Damodar Goswami devised another method. First, he secured a large quantity of dry banana leaves. He then tore the leaves into very fine fibers with his nails and filled two of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's outer garments with the fibers. In this way, Swarupa Damodar made some bedding and a pillow. And after much endeavor by the devotees, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted them. Everyone was happy to see the Lord lie down on that bed, but Jagadananda was inwardly angry, and externally he appeared very unhappy. Formerly, when Jagadananda Pandit had desired to go to Vrindavan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not given his permission, and therefore he could not go. Formerly, when Jagadananda Pandit had desired to go to Vrindavan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not given his permission, and therefore he could not go. Now, concealing his anger and unhappiness, Jagadananda Pandit again asks Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for permission to go to Mathura. With great affection, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "If you are angry with me when you go to Mathura, you will merely become a beggar and criticize me. If you are angry with me when you go to Mathura, you will merely become a beggar and criticize me." Wow. Grasping the Lord's feet, Jagadananda Pandit then said, "For a long time I have desired to go to Vrindavan. I could not go without your lordship's permission. Now you must give me permission, and I shall certainly go there." Because of affection for Jagadananda Pandit, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not permit him to depart. Because of affection for Jagadananda Pandit, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not permit him to depart. But Jagadananda Pandit repeatedly insisted that the Lord give him permission to go. Jagadananda then submitted a plea to Swarupa Damodar Goswami. Jagadananda then submitted a plea to Swarupa Damodar Goswami. For a very long time, he said, I have wanted to go to Vrindavan. I cannot go there, however, without the Lord's permission, which at present he denies me. He says, you are going because you are angry at me. Naturally, I have a desire to go to Vrindavan. Therefore, please humbly request him to grant his permission. Thereafter, Swarupa Damodar Goswami submitted this appeal at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jagadananda Pandit intensely desires to go to Vrindavan. He begs for your permission again and again. Therefore, please permit him to go to Mathura and then return. You permitted him to go see Mother Sachi in Bengal. You permitted him to go to see Mother Sachi in Bengal. And you may similarly permit him to go see Vrindavan and then return here. At the request of Swarupa Damodar Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu granted Jagadananda Pandit permission to go. At the request of Swarupa Damodar Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu granted Jagadananda Pandit permission to go. The Lord sent for him and instructed him as follows. You may go as far as Varanasi without encountering disturbances. But beyond Varanasi, you should be very careful to travel on the path in the company of the Kshatriyas. As soon as the plunderers on the road see a Bengali traveling alone, they take everything from him, arrest him, and do not let him go. So as soon as the plunderers on the road see a Bengali traveling alone, they take everything from him, arrest him, and do not let him go. When you reach Mathura, you should remain with Sanatan Goswami and offer respectful obeisances to the feet of all the leading men there. Do not mix freely with the residents of Mathura. Do not mix freely with the residents of Mathura. Show them respect from a distance. Show them respect from a distance. Because you are on a different platform of devotional service. Because you are on a different platform of devotional service. You cannot adopt their behavior and practices. You cannot adopt their behavior and practices. Visit all 12 forests of Vrindavan in the company of Sanatan Goswami. Visit all 12 forests of Vrindavan in the company of Sanatan Goswami. Do not leave his association for even a moment. Do not leave his association for even a moment. You should remain in Vrindavan for only a short time and then return here as soon as possible. Also, do not climb Govardhan Hill to see the Gopala deity. Inform Sanatan Goswami that I am coming to Vrindavan for a second time and that he should therefore arrange a place for me to stay. After saying this, the Lord embraced Jagadananda Pandit, who then worshipped the Lord's lotus feet and started for Vrindavan. He took permission from all the devotees and then departed. Traveling on the forest path, he soon reached Varanasi. When he met Tapan Mishra and Chandrasekhara in Varanasi, they heard from him about topics concerning Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When he met Tapan Mishra and Chandrasekhara in Varanasi, they heard from him about topics concerning Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Finally, Jagadananda Pandit reached Mathura. Where he met Sanatan Goswami. They were very pleased to see each other. After Sanatan Goswami had taken Jagadananda to see all 12 forests of Vrindavan, concluding with Mahavan, the two of them remained in Gokul. So after Sanatan Goswami had taken Jagadananda to see all 12 forests of Vrindavan, concluding with Mahavan, the two of them remained in Gokul. They stayed in Satana Goswami's cave. They stayed in Sanatan Goswami's cave. But Jagadananda Pandit would go to a nearby temple and cook for himself. Sanatan Goswami would beg alms from door to door in the vicinity of Mahavana. Sometimes he would go to a temple and sometimes to a Brahmana's house. Sanatan Goswami attended to all of Jagadananda Pandit's needs. Sanatan Goswami attended to all of Jagadananda Pandita's needs. Oh. He begged in the area of Mahavan and brought Jagadananda all kinds of things to eat and drink. He begged in the area of Mahavan and brought Jagadananda all kinds of things to eat and drink. One day, Jagadananda Pandit, having invited Sanatan to the nearby temple for lunch, Jagadananda Pandit, having invited Sanatan to the nearby temple for lunch, finished his routine duties and began to cook. Krishna, 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 Hare Ram. One day, Jagadananda Pandit, having invited Sanatan to the nearby temple for lunch, finished his routine duties and began to cook. Previously, a great sannyasi named Mukunda Saraswati had given Sanatana Goswami an outer garment. Previously, a great sannyasi named Mukunda Saraswati had given Sanatana Goswami an outer garment. Sanatana Goswami was wearing this cloth bound about his head when he came to Jagadananda Pandit's door and sat down. Assuming the reddish cloth to be a gift from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagadananda Pandit was overwhelmed with ecstatic love. Thus he questioned. Yes.
Guru Maharaj says, why don't you read with your guitar?
Okay, you can do. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna again. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Give us something special.
Previously, a great sannyasi named Mukunda Saraswati had given Sanatana Goswami an outer garment. Sanatana Goswami was wearing this cloth, but bound about his head when he came to Jagannath Pandit's door and sat down. Assuming the reddish cloth to be a gift from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagadananda Pandit was overwhelmed with ecstatic love. Thus he questioned Sanatana Goswami. Where did you get that reddish cloth on your head? Jagadananda asked. Where did you get that reddish cloth on your head? Jagadananda asked. Hearing this, Jagadananda Pandit immediately became very angry and took a cooking pot in his hands, intending to beat Sanatana Goswami. Sanatana Goswami, however, knew Jagadananda Pandit very well and was consequently somewhat ashamed. Jagadananda therefore left the cooking pot on the stove and spoke as follows. You are one of the chief associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Indeed, no one is dearer to him than you. Still you have bound your head with a cloth, given to you by another sannyasi. Who can tolerate such behavior? Wow. Sanatana Goswami said, "My dear Jagannatha Pandit, you are a greatly learned saint. No one is dearer to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu than you. This faith in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quite benefits you. Unless you demonstrated, how could I learn such faith? This faith in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quite benefits you. Unless you demonstrated, how could I learn such faith? My purpose in binding my head with a cloth has now been fulfilled because I have personally seen your uncommon love for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This saffron cloth is unfit for a Vaishnava to wear. Therefore, I have no use for it. I shall give it to a stranger. When Jagadananda Pandit finished cooking, he offered the food to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then he and Sanatana Goswami sat down and ate the prasadam. After eating the prasadam, they embraced each other and cried due to separation from Lord Chaitanya. They passed 2 months in Vrindavan this way. Finally, they could no longer tolerate the unhappiness of separation from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jagadananda Pandit therefore gave Sanatana Goswami the message from the Lord. I am also coming to Vrindavan. Please arrange a place for me to stay. When Sanatana Goswami granted permission for Jagadananda to return to Jagannath Puri, he gave Jagadananda some gifts for Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The gifts consisted of some sand from the site of the Rasa Lila. Wow. A stone from Govardhana Hill, dry ripened pilu fruits, and a garland of small conch shells. Thus, Jagadananda Pandit, bearing all these gifts, started on his journey. Sanatana Goswami, however, was very much agitated after bidding him farewell. Soon afterward, Sanatana Goswami selected a place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could stay while in Vrindavan. it was a temple in the highlands named Tradar Shaditya Tila. Sanatan Goswami kept the temple very clean and in good repair. In front of it, he erected a small hut. Meanwhile, traveling very quickly, Jagadananda Pandit soon arrived in Jagannath Puri, much to the joy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees. After offering prayers at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagadananda Pandit greeted everyone. Then the Lord embraced Jagadananda very strongly. Jagadananda Pandit offered obeisances to the Lord on behalf of Sanatan Goswami. Then he gave the Lord the dust from the side of the rasa dance, along with the other gifts. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu kept all the gifts except the pili fruits, which he distributed to the devotees. Because the fruits were from Vrindavan, everyone ate them with great happiness. Those devotees who were familiar with pili fruits sucked on the seeds, but the Bengali devotees who did not know that they were chewed, the seeds and swallowed them. The hot, chili-like taste burned the tongues of those who chewed the seeds. Thus, the eating of pili fruits from Vrindavan became a pastime of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's. When Jagadananda Pandit returned from Vrindavan, everyone was jubilant. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enjoyed his pastimes while residing at Jagannath Puri. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enjoyed his pastimes while residing at Jagannath Puri. One day, when the Lord was going to the temple of Jameshwara, a female singer began to sing in the Jagannath temple. She sang a Gujari tune in a very sweet voice. And because the subject was Jayadeva Goswami's Gita Govinda, the song attracted the attention of the entire world.
Yeah, isn't that? Yeah. Did you say you wanted to hear some of these, the meanings of some of this stuff? Was that Lalita that said that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This stuff is deep, man. Wow. Yeah, just like that. That statement there. Because this subject was sorry about that. Was the subject of Gita Govinda, it attracted the attention of the entire world. So the entire world, of course, it doesn't attract the attention of everybody, but it sort of does. It attracts the attention of the entire world, who is actually Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's the entire world. It's just a very poetic way of saying that. In so many verses. Why don't you go back and start and read where you started there, Tom, and then I'll explain. I'll stop you and explain a few things.
I started at the beginning of the chapter.
Start at the beginning.
Yeah.
A lot. Every verse is a seed. Every verse is a conclusive seed that of very deep, profound truth. You know, it's like the essence. The poetry of Chaitanya Charitamrita is just like Radha and Krishna Lila. Go ahead, start.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare. Let me take shelter. Let me take shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Gaura Chandra. His mind became exhausted and his body very thin from the pain of separation from Krishna. But when he felt ecstatic love for the Lord, he again became fully developed.
Yeah, and that's just an apparent thing. When separation of Krishna, it's so ecstatic that it appears he is very thin and not getting spiritual food. It only appears, but he's relishing very deep ecstasy. It kind of gives this thinness, like this person suffering and all this, but he's relishing very deep ecstasies in that separation. See, and then in union, that's where you see the exuberance, you know, the laughter, the joy, the party, and everything. But it's both is a party. It's just a different variety of the party. See, separation in the world, we get the iron-like effect. We have the same kind of thing going with our objects in the world, but it's all material. Therefore, it's iron-like. You know, then you don't let the separation doesn't feel good. It's very painful, and the union with the like say wealth. The union with wealth is like the stock market. You know, when it goes up, oh, so fantastic! Wow, and all this, and then goes down. It's like and it's painful. But even the up is very superficial, and that's known by the devotees because their ecstasy is up in both ways once you get purified. Okay? So and that's why the intermittent process of that is the burning off of the karma in union and separation on this path. This path we're teaching is so rare and so difficult to understand. It's very simple once you're on it and have it explained, but otherwise it's just that's why the Vaidhi, they can't conceive of what we're doing here. It's out of their range of understanding unless they actually hear shiksha from those who are actually on this path. So the intermen there is the devotees. You can even see it in them if your eye is trained. You see there it's a mixed. It's mixed with the burning off of their karma, and it's kind of a bittersweet. It's like the agony and the ecstasy is a certain level of this thing, and there's some agony in it and some ecstasy mixed in, and you can see it in the face. But when it becomes really pure, like the resonance of Vrindavan, then there's no edge to it. This is really like the crying and separation is just very relishable. Okay, so the union, so that agony burns off all that negative karma that you got from doing impious activities that causes that kind of inferior result, and the union with the Lord in ecstasy, it burns off the superficial mode of goodness, all that good karma you got. It just burns it off, and you see it as superficial, like a skin. It burns off that skin, and then you're into the pure devotional service, pure ecstatic worship of the Lord. So this is the path. If you don't have this explained, though, but even though it's explained in the book, sort of, it's actually not so, because you're seeing devotees generally are very advanced. So this portion is a detail explained by the guru who is, not showing you the like the full where it's all going, and that has to be explained also, as well as this intermin thing, so you know what you're going through, the process of this. See, devotees are trying to get pure. See, this is a process of purification like this. It's very fast. That's why within within months or some years, you can get into the pure ecstatic worship of Vrindavan, and maybe even dissolve all material desires. It's possible. But even if you didn't, you're still qualified to go there and just finish the work, because we're already at that level of 10th canto, where that most of the devotees here are at that level. Not all, but most. Many, I'll just say many. Yeah, and so that burns off that the impetus to follow the good, to be a goody two shoes in this world. You see basically the fault in that. There's faults. It's good. It's better than a mode of ignorance and passion, but a negative, like acting in a bad way, but it's still not perfect. See, this is perfect. This worship here is the perfection. And once on this path solidly, there's no way you could ever go back to the other path, because it's ridiculous, It's ridiculous when you have such happiness in also distress. Can you imagine having happiness in distress and happiness in happiness of, why would anybody go back to that? It's like you shed the skin, that's it. Okay, out of here, man. Yeah. Okay, next verse.
All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Acharya. And all glories to all the devotees of the Lord.
Perfection is when you say that from your heart, and you realize it, and you really mean it. You mean it because, wow, my God, what mercy! Because of your coming here, I've gotten the association of real devotees. Because of the devotees coming here, I got your intimate association, and from my heart, I can say, all glories to Lord Chaitanya. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta.
Oh my God.
Now, how would you like to do devotional service like that? Just one Panchatattva mantra is better than 40 years of chanting dryly.
Oh my God.
And that's the truth. It's that powerful, and that's available. Come through the door. Here it is. Our Sangha is the door. Anybody interested? Hey,
Yes.
man, you see this as wealth? If you do, here's the wealth, man. We're just throwing it all over the place. Go ahead, next one.
Oh, this is very much. Oh my God. Well, everything you say, it just works in this system. I feel the energies of associations with people in the mode of goodness who and I'm getting very conscious about that.
Yeah.
That they still are glued in my system, and now I can feel that they are not of this quality, of this soul quality. Like in the first verse, there are three qualities quality of the body and the quality of the mind and the feelings, and then the ecstatic quality, which is fully developed which is conclusive. I can feel them. I can feel the different platforms.
You're fortunate, man. You're collecting wealth like crazy. Man.
I'm tuning in. I'm tuning in.
Boy, you're every day, man. You're increasing in your Bitcoin, man. It's like going up. You're really wealthy. Yeah. Next verse.
Okay, 3. In this way, in this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would taste various transcendental relationships of pure love in the company of Jagadananda Pandit.
See, that's proof there. That's confirmation, because both the thinness, getting really thin and withered, and also this joyous communion. It's both communing with the Lord. You never get away from the Lord. The Lord's with you forever in this union and separation. See, there's various varieties of ecstatic emotions, man. This is what's hard for people in the world to understand, because you think a person that is crying tears, oh my Lord, where are you? Is suffering, because we suffer when we're in pain. It's an iron-like Ras in the world when you're separated from your objects of enjoyment, whether it's children or wife or cats or dogs or whatever your wealth is in your heart, whatever you treasure in this life. When you're separated from it, it's very painful. So the persons in the mode of goodness need to learn that. Hint, hint, Sachi. I mean, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, Hare Krishna. This is so funny.
I made a mistake. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's funny. Oh, how complete are your words? Hare Krishna. 4. The unhappiness of separation from Krishna exhausted the Lord's mind and reduced the structure of his body. But when he felt emotions of ecstatic love, he again became developed and healthy.
But it's not so exactly, because he's always feeling emotions of ecstatic love. I'd have to probably go through the word for word on that a little bit, to kind of maybe tweak it a little bit. But when it seems like when a devotee is in the exuberance, oh, now they're emotion ecstatic love. But actually, just like Sanatana Goswami in Brihat Bhagavatamrita says, the misery and the separation of the devotees in Vrindavan dances on the greatest happiness of the demigods. It trumps even that. See, so that's not exactly it. You have to have it explained. It's not like he was relishing. There's no material modes in Lord Chaitanya's body. Why would we worship him as God if there were? There isn't, none, zero. So even in his withered state, he's extreme. It's an extreme amount of ecstatic worship, and that's what exhausts. Even devotees here know what that's about. When you become so ecstatic in even our small amounts of union and separation, it gets a little bit exhausting, a little tiring. It's like you need a break. I needed a break this morning. I went and did my exercise and stuff. I have to balance things out. And then, it's just like you reach a point, and Chaitanya described it in Chaitanya Charitamrita. You reach a height of ecstatic worship, and then it separates like a fishing hook, because That's just how it does it. Then you just kind of feel like, kind of like after a climax, you feel, okay. It's a transcendental climax, actually, in ecstatic union. That's why the devotees often, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, it's a transcendental climax. They're very ecstatic, man. That goes on a lot longer than sex, man. That's just like, finished. It's, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Next verse.
Because he was very thin, when he lay down to rest on the dry bark of plantain trees, it caused him pain in his bones. All the devotees felt very unhappy to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in pain. Indeed, they could not tolerate it.
And this actually was if the Lord didn't appear to feel like he felt, why would anybody serve him? Why would you try to help him? They try to figure out ways. This is a symptom of love, is wanting to serve your master. See, so this even physical service, they were thinking, okay, how can I make him more comfortable? So when you have that mood with Lord Chaitanya, that's the spiritual world. That's spiritual consciousness. And the way that happens is in this world. Even with your guru, you just feel the same thing. That's how a symptom of your advance. You see them just like the Supreme Lord is. You want to do something for, you want to help them, you want to, whatever, see, it's just a natural, it's your nature. It becomes natural. That's a symptom of liberated souls. That's why the Lord has us working under the direction and shelter of a bona fide guru, is so that we can develop the attitude of service. He uses the guru to represent himself. And that's how we learn how to get purified. See, by regular classes in Srimad Bhagavatam, by service to the devotee, all that's troublesome to the heart is purified. And then this ecstatic love awakens in the heart. And then you still want to do service, because just nature, your nature now to serve the Lord and the Lord's devotees spontaneously. Go ahead.
Indeed, they could not tolerate it. Then Jagadananda Pandit devised a remedy. He acquired some fine cloth and colored it with red oxide.
You know what? Skip a couple of verses, because I can't do them all, but I'll just do. Go. Yeah, I'll tell you when to skip and when to stay. Go ahead. A couple of verses over.
I just do.
Just skip a couple of verses.
Yeah. When it was time 10. When it was time for the Lord to go to bed, Swarupa Damodar stayed nearby. But when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the kilt and pillow, he was immediately very angry. The Lord inquired from Govinda, "Who has made this?" When Govinda named Jagadananda Pandit, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was somewhat fearful. After asking Govinda to put aside the kilt and pillow, the Lord lay down on the dry plantain bark. Swarupa Damodar said to the Lord, "I cannot contradict your supreme will, my Lord. But if you do not accept the bedding, Jagadananda Pandit will feel great unhappiness." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "You might as well bring a bedstead here for me to lie on."
That's quite a dilemma, for a devotee. On one hand, the Lord doesn't want this. And on the other hand, so the devotee doesn't want to disappoint the Lord, and he also doesn't want to disappoint the Lord's intimate servant. So what is he to do? See, so he presents it like this because of the great respect. The devotees who know that this is an associate of Lord Chaitanya. The Lord thinks that devotee is better than himself. Watch out. Yamaraj says, do not approach the devotees. Don't even go near them. You know? So that's how the Lord feels. You don't approach my devotees. You're going to get smacked if you do. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah. Jagadananda wants me to enjoy material happiness. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, you might as well bring me a bedstead here for me to lie on. Jagadananda wants me to enjoy material happiness.
So that's the mood. See, the mood of the wives in Dwarka, and you know, or the wives in Mathura and Dwarka, and Satchidananda represented. Jagadananda represented Satyabhama, you know, and wants to offer all kinds of pleasures to the Lord. You see, but the Lord is in a different mood. He's in sannyas mood here. See, renounce mood. He's saying, and Jagadananda wants to serve me like this, so he finds fault with Jagadananda. But it's just but he's actually pleased, but, you know, he has to play his role as sannyasi. Go ahead.
I am in the renounced order, and therefore I must lie on the floor. For me to use a bedstead, kilt or pillow would be very shameful. When Sarupa Damodar returned and related all these incidents, Jagadananda Pandit felt very unhappy.
Yeah, you see, people that are not liberated souls, and that's sannyas ashram, they criticize. They looking from their point of view. Oh, you're a sannyasi and you're laying on a nice quilt and all that, and so they'll criticize. See, so but is it wrong for the Lord to lay on a nice bed and everything? No, because he's God. You know, should treat him nicely. But sannyasis, they think, no, you're sannyas, you should be like this. See? Okay, go ahead.
Then Swarupa Damodar Goswami devised another method. First, he secured a large quantity of dry banana leaves.
Actually, skip ahead a couple verses.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. With great affection, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, if you are angry with me when you go to Mathura, you will merely become a beggar and criticize me.
So what does that mean there, Tom?
With great affection, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, if you are angry with me when you go to Mathura, you will merely become a beggar and criticize me. Oh, yes. So the mood, when traveling, the mood is very important. It's your mood is it will cause reflections in the material world. When somebody is angry at the Lord and then traveling, he will attract problems in the material world. The material world will become a reflection, reaction, resound to his mood.
No, he's transcendental. This is Jagadananda Pandit, an intimate associate of the Lord. Okay, so that wrong answer. All right, Lalita, what about you? What do you think?
Because language, when you are angry with me and go to Mathura, and then?
You become a beggar and criticize Lord Chaitanya.
Yeah.
See, so he says, okay, so Jagadananda Pandit wants to go to Vrindavan, okay? And so the Lord won't give him, because of affection, he won't give him permission. He's very attached to Jagadananda Pandit. He won't give him permission. And then he gives and then Jagannath, come on, I want to go, like a little kid. For some reason, Jagannath wants to go. It's pastime. The Lord is planting that desire in him. Otherwise, why would anybody want to leave Lord Chaitanya? So, but he's given him that desire. That's a devotee that's surrendered. And I want to go. He said, no, if you go there, you're going to become a beggar, and then you'll criticize me. See? Because in Vrindavan, he just would become renounced, and he would be talking about his Lord in his mood. His mood is to criticize and to find fault with the Lord. That's what he does. To cause an argument, and he gets great ecstasy. So the Lord said, you'll just go there and you'll just become a beggar and criticize me. Because that's what they do to each other. The Lord is kind of finding fault with Jagadananda's service and this, and they quarrel over trifles. So he'll go there and do the same thing. He can't help it. That's his Ras. See? So the Lord's just saying what's going to happen. And he's using that as a deterrent. He's saying, you're just going to go do that, and you're just going to be a beggar and critic. So therefore, you shouldn't go. You should stay here with me. Okay, go ahead. Huh?
I wouldn't have known it at all. No.
Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you read, you chant these verses, and you just become more and more ecstatic, and then the Lord, this is our path, man. It's wonderful. You just become more and more revelation and realization, and deeper and deeper and deeper.
But I need to know that person better than from one reading now. I don't know this person.
Yeah, you need more.
I don't know him.
Yeah, it's amazing, huh? Hard to know the Lord's mind. Anyway, we got eternity to go deeper and figure it out. And then the devotees share these things too. Okay, next verse. This is fun. This is a great little game. And then let's find out what the Lord is thinking.
There's a lot of levels in it, the game. Grasping the Lord's feet. Grasping the Lord's feet, Jagadananda Pandit then said, for a long time I have desired to go to Vrindavan. I could not go without your lordship's permission. Now you must give me permission, and I shall certainly go there.
So this is kind of a scam. They have scams in the world, right? There's a lot of two-faced stuff going on in this world. They say, oh yeah, we want to protect you and help you and all this stuff. This is the Lord's running a scam here. He's saying, no, I don't want you to go. It's very hypocritical and duplicitous. You see, the Lord has all that in him, but it's beautiful. It's perfect. Not like the duplicity of his Maya, man. Oh man, you get caught up in that hypocrisy. Oh, it's nothing but pain and misery. But the Lord is being very duplicitous here. The desire of the devotee is always the Lord's desire, but he acts like it's not. He's saying, what is this? What am I? How can I let you go and all this stuff? But he's given Jagadananda the desire to go. He's already attained Vrindavan being there, but he's planning that desire for this pastime. And the one coming up where with Sanatana Goswami and all that. Plus, when he sends the Lord, his devotee, to Vrindavan to be with those devotees, it's just like they got the association of Lord Chaitanya. To have the association of a devotee of Lord Chaitanya. So they're, Sanatana and Rupa and the other devotees are missing this association with Lord Chaitanya and the devotees. So, he sends his devotee. But he has to play this game, this hypocritical game. Did you know our Lord is hypocritical? He's a rascal and he's duplicitous. He's always playing games. And this is one of them. I'm just pointing it out, man. He's like that. He plays this little game, man. He's planting the devotees always has the desire of the Lord. Why is he desiring to go to Vrindavan? And the Lord says, no, I don't want you to go. Isn't that hypocritical, Lalita? Isn't that a sign of hypocrisy? He's planting the desire in Jagadananda to go to Vrindavan. They said, but no, you can't go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what is this thing? Anyway, that's part of the Leela. And the Lord teaches us all sorts of great things in this. Basically about his nature is very much like Radharani, very, very crooked, very duplicitous, and very hypocritical, but beautiful. It liberates us. The hypocrisy of the world, what does it do? It makes us slaves. Isn't that what the world is doing? And their hypocrisy is making everybody a slave. Oh, take the, that'll be good for you to be. Oh, yes. Ooh, take that. Oh, we want to protect you. Take that. We want to help you. And then you become a slave. That's the hypocrisy of the world. That's the hypocrisy of religion, of gurus. If you haven't realized Krishna, there's going to be more or less some hypocrisy in you. Hypocrisy is simple as, yeah, I'm Gurudev, worship me and everything, and you'll go to Vrindavan, but you don't go to Vrindavan. That's hypocritical. People come to you to go to Vrindavan, but you don't have the qualification. You're not an intimate associate of the Lord and can prove that you really know the mind of Lord Chaitanya. You don't have the ecstasy of Lord Chaitanya. Can't prove that. You cannot prove that you are bona fide. See? And therefore, there's some hypocrisy there. Buddhists, people are going to all these gurus and everything and expecting to go get Krishna. I mean, do you guys want Krishna? Any of you guys watching this that are in the ISKCON or Gaudiya Smiti or Gaudiya Math? I mean, is this making sense to you? You're going to these gurus. Can they deliver you? Do they have the ecstasy that of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda? Or do they have the understanding of the true mind of the Lord? The chit understanding, the very intimate understanding. Do they really have it? Can they prove that to you? Can they prove it, especially with your giving your faith, your money, your time to these spiritual masters? Can they deliver you into Vrindavan mood, at least within a year or two, if you really want it, or not? Okay? So, I mean, I think that's an honest question. Is that offensive to expect? I mean, isn't that a symptom of greed? I mean, isn't that why people are coming to Krishna consciousness to attain Vrindavan? Is that why? Isn't that why? Don't they want Krishna? Well, if you're not providing the real door to it, the real practical path where you can get it in this life, well, I guess you're not so greedy. Is it okay that you take many lifetimes? Maybe that's what you want to do. Yeah, okay, many lifetimes, no problem. Go ahead, many lifetimes. This life, if you're really greedy, you really want Krishna, you come here, you're going to get Krishna. You're going to get the real knowledge, that unlocks the door to Vrindavan. You're going to get the real ecstasy that unlocks the door to Vrindavan. Otherwise, if you don't have that understanding of the mind of Krishna, how can you participate in the pastimes of the Lord? If you don't know how Lord Chaitanya is working, how can you participate in his pastimes? You have to learn that from an associate of the Lord here. We prepare us, right? They prepare you. They tell you how the mind of the Lord thinks. How his ecstasy is. They show you and they teach you about it. They reveal what's actually in the book. We already have the manual here. Is Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita is our manuals here. But we know how to read it because of the mercy of the Lord is here upon us. Okay. Next verse.
I could not go without your lordship's permission. Now you must give me permission, and I shall certainly go there. Because of affection for Jagadananda Pandit, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not permit him to depart. But Jagadananda Pandit repeatedly insisted that the Lord gave him permission to go. Then Jagadananda then submitted a plea to Swarupa Damodar Goswami.
How could there be any pastimes if the Lord didn't act like that? If he wasn't acting hypocritically and doing duplicitous things, how could there be any fun-filled pastimes? You know, the same thing in the world. There's drama. The only reason why there's so much drama in the world now is because of all the hypocrisy and the lies and the intrigue and the deceit and the thrillers. And this people find thrilling in this world, you know, the deceitful thing. I pull one over on them. They don't know. I'm just like Lord Chaitanya and God. See, the Lord does all these things and they want to imitate. But the result is different. The result is misery for everybody in karma. The result of the pastimes of the Lord in all his duplicity and rascalness and all that stuff is intense elation and ecstasy and liberation and from the cycle, all these beautiful things. See, so people need to stop imitating God and just learn what God is actually thinking from his real devotees. Learn what God is actually feeling from his devotees. And that is the greatest boon, the greatest treasure, greatest happiness even. You know, liberates you from this drama of the world, man. Painful drama here. Go ahead, next verse.
Jagadananda then submitted a plea to Swarup Damodar Goswami. For a very long time, he said, I have wanted to go to Vrindavan. I cannot go there, however, without the Lord's permission, which at present he denies me. He says, you are going because you are angry at me. Naturally, I have a desire to go to Vrindavan. Therefore, please humbly request him to grant his permission. Thereafter, Swarup Damodar Goswami submitted this appeal at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jagadananda Pandit intensely desires to go to Vrindavan. He begs for your permission again and again. Therefore, please permit him to go to Mathura and then return. You permitted him to go see Mother Sachi in Bengal, and you may similarly permit him to go to see Vrindavan and then return here.
See, he did that. See how he's acknowledging when Jagadananda went to see Mother Sachi, it was because Mother Sachi was feeling separation, and he wanted to give his association through the devotee. That's how it works. If you're going to get the association of Lord Chaitanya now, when he's unmanifest now, you're going to get it through a devotee if you're going to get it. And if the devotees come here and you reject it, oh, really? Well, most people do because it's a generation thing. But those who look at the boons you get, man, just by accepting this association proves it's real. Look at this. You develop an attachment for the Lord. You're becoming a wealthy man, Tom. My God, you better dress a little bit better, man. You know, hey, you know, you're a wealthy guy. Put on a nice, hat, and nice suit and tie. You should be coming here with suit and tie because you're getting the wealth for that, man.
No problem.
Yeah. So he's acknowledging you gave the devotees there, and it was just says that right in the verses. It was just like they got the association of Lord Chaitanya when Jagadananda was there because he was that close. He could describe the pastimes of the Lord in such a way that really reflected the truth of the true nature of our Lord. That's called greed, man. If you really want to know about the Lord, man, you got to be like Lalita. I want knowledge of the Lord. And what did she do? Just found fault with me. A couple of years. Gauri promised that he was going to give me knowledge of Krishna, and he's not doing it. He's just staying away. Remember that, Tom? She, oh, you weren't around then. She's always finding fault with me. Well, he's supposed to give me knowledge, and I'm not getting that knowledge that I want, you know. She doesn't remember all these things. She's just in ecstasy now.
No, I do. You send me to that devotee and that devotee, and they say, no, thank you, Lalita. It's not realistic.
Krishna was just building up your desire.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tom. You're wasting time.
Yeah, there's so many things. I also have my memories about things. Okay, Hare Krishna. You may go as you are.
3, 4, 5 hours. Who knows, man? You know.
Yeah. At the request of Swarupa Damodar Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu granted Jagadananda Pandit permission to go. The Lord sent him.
Go ahead.
The Lord sent for him and instructed him as follows. You may go as far as Varanasi without encountering disturbances. But beyond Varanasi, you should be very careful to travel on the path in the company of the Kshatriyas. As soon as the plunderers on the road see a Bengali traveling alone, they take everything from him, arrest him, and do not let him go. When you reach Mathura, you should remain with Sanatana Goswami and offer respectful obeisances to the feet of all the leading men there. Do not mix freely with the residents of Mathura. Show them respect from a distance, because you are on a different platform of devotional service. You cannot adopt their behavior and practices. I felt that was a very important verse.
Okay, explain it.
Like you said, when people are in the mode of goodness and they are on that platform, when a beginning Shuddha Bhakta, when he mixed with them, he gets contaminated again. He gets it's not elevating. It's not progressing his there's no progress for that person. So I feel the Lord, he advises how he can go swiftly through the process and progress his Krishna consciousness, not getting polluted by other levels of consciousness.
Well, that could be one way, but see, Jagadananda is a very advanced devotee, so that wouldn't necessarily apply to him. Maybe us. When you're in the intermin and you want to build strength by being around advanced devotees, and you don't want to get contaminated. But it's the opposite of if Jagadananda goes there and he associates intimately with these devotees, they won't understand him. They'll think he's crazy. He'll be criticizing Lord Chaitanya. They'll ask him, "Oh yeah, how was Lord Chaitanya?" And he'll be saying, that Lord Chaitanya, he's just a pain in the ass. He's always, giving me problems. He won't let me come to Vrindavan. I had to just beg him. But see, he's relishing ecstasy and criticizing the Lord, and the Lord likes it, but they don't know. They're used to, oh, how can you say that to the Lord? Oh, that is so offensive. See, then they criticize the devotee and they go down, because they don't understand. So the Lord says, okay, when you're there, most in Vrindavan, people think, oh, everybody, no, a lot of neophytes go there. Most neophytes are there. And they go there to get purified, okay? So advanced devotee doesn't have to go anywhere. He can be wherever they are in the North Pole and worshiping the Lord in ecstasy. Same thing. Okay. So a lot of neophytes are there. You say, well, give your respect at a distance, and there's something not in that Veda base that you're reading, I guess. Veda base, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. They skip over some things. And see how many times I remember these things. I know when they're missing something out there. So anyway, the Lord says, you cannot adopt their principles, and they cannot adopt yours. See, they can't. You see, so you can't be a Vaidhi Bhakta anymore because you're on the level of spontaneous devotion. See, so you got to give them, respect, kind of be distant. Don't show your. This is what the difference between where our way of worship and the Vaidhi Bhaktas. We have to give respect more from a distance. Otherwise, they don't understand what we're doing, and they'll end up criticizing. But it doesn't mean that we don't do what we do, because if we didn't actually do this devotional service in ecstasy and teach all of these things, then people that are ready for this won't know this is available. So we have to do this. Just like the Lord, he had to go around in ecstasy because people, they said, oh, the Lord is here. Okay, let's come. See, they realize, okay, this level is here. Okay, they were attracted. The Lord in their heart say, okay, go there. See, so that's why we do this now, because it's been ordered to reveal it. So those who are attracted naturally in their heart will know this is available. Even though it may cause a little problems and this and that, it just comes with the territory. If Jesus didn't come and speak deep truth like this that got him actually even killed, then we wouldn't have the kind of worship we have with Jesus, with the Holy Spirit. He had to show. Same thing with Lord Chaitanya. If this kind of ecstatic worship wasn't demonstrated, he wouldn't have taken millions of devotees back to the spiritual world, because they were waiting for this. And the same thing now. You see, you guys know, if this was not manifest now, this ecstatic worship and these realizations, you would not come to that platform. So it is necessary. So it's worth the risk, in other words. It's risk management, in a sense, transcendental risk management. We take the risk. Prabhupada said, I shouldn't even be distributing Bhagavad Gita because most people are envious. They're not qualified. But if we don't, then how is this going to get out? So we take all risks for Krishna. Same thing now. I'm taking all risks for Krishna's happiness, because, first of all, it's been ordered. And they want this. They want this out there. Krishna's tickled to death that you guys are coming back in this life to Vrindavan. You wouldn't have had this benefit if we didn't preach this more, like, what do you call it? Elaborately, more outwardly. See, if I see, like most of the Vaishnavas now, they I don't believe they really know this, but they preach like this. Maybe some know, but they're preaching like this. Oh, you should act like a Vaidhi Bhakta, and then you do devotion and ecstasy in your heart or in the closet. See, then you just come out and act like a Vaidhi. But what happens? Everybody stays on Vaidhi Bhaktas. You guys are in ecstasy because it's being expressed in the world now. You're seeing what ecstatic devotion is, and you like it, you want it. Yeah, you got the greed going because you're seeing it. You're hearing the descriptions and the teachings of this postgraduate course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be coming. So that's the risk, and we take it for because it's been ordered and because it's wonderful to see people liberated out of the Maya. This is a Leela. Here is to take people out of the Maya. You come here, listen to Hari Katha, learn about the true nature and mind of the Lord. Isn't that what we're teaching here? True mind of the Lord, true nature, ecstatic nature, blissful, all these things. Where did he get this? See, this is it. Oh, no, you should, they tell me, go Hari, you should just do your ecstatic devotion alone, in your heart, in the closet, and just tell people to do a lot of rules and regulations and all that. Well, I ain't inspired to do that. That wasn't my order from Prabhupada. This is working, right? Why give up something that's working? That stuff isn't working. To me, if it's working, people are getting ecstatic devotion and being liberated from the cycle of birth and death. To me, that's something that works. Gets a desired result. Is Krishna Prem? Yes or no? You guys are getting Krishna Prem, man. So that's a desired result. So whatever we're doing is working. Because that verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita, it's not by study of the Vedas. It's not by rules and regulations that one attains Krishna Vrindavan. Okay? Yeah, it's the solid truth of real religious principles. See, these kinds of things, this is real religious principles. Is hidden in the heart of an unadulterated, self-realized soul. So if we want to keep it hidden, I just go and observe it. It's hidden in the heart, stays hidden there. Yeah. Well, hey, man. Now, no more. Shh. It's hoo, 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 hoo. Hey, hey, hey. Yay. Yes. See, it has to come out. Otherwise, hidden in the heart of an unadulterated. Okay, that's great. Super soul stuff. Nobody knows because this is what Lord Chaitanya told Nityananda. He said, how are we going to accomplish our mission? And Advaita, you guys walk around hidden in your heart, man, all of this stuff, and just a bunch of, just walking around, not doing anything, not saying anything, just a peaceful sage. How are we going to accomplish our mission about spreading pure devotional service, spontaneous love of God? So you act more wild in your activities there, Nityananda. You play like you did in Vrindavan and show what real ecstatic worship of God is. And whoever comes on board, they will get it just by your association. Because you're empowered. You have this bhakti, and now I order you to share it. So he didn't do it. You notice? Prabhupada came, Krishna came. Yeah, because I was worshiping in ecstasy from the very beginning, and in the early 70s, before many Vaishnavas were even born. And then came the order. Yes, do it. Has my approval. Get it out there. And look at you guys, man. You're popping up like lilies in a field. Ecstatic lilies in a field. Swaying in the moonlight of Radha and Krishna. Read the next verse. Let's see how far we can go.
Okay. Visit all 12 forests of Vrindavan in the company of Sanatana Goswami. Do not leave his association for even a moment.
See, there you go. Once you get the ecstatic association of devotees, be smart. Stay in that association. Even when you're alone, think of these devotees, because in this world there's nothing but illusion everywhere. Stay in the circle of influence, like Lakshman told Sita, hey man, you got bhakti now. I'm here to protect you. I'm Gurudev. See, he's the original guru. See, any real guru is the real servant of Nityananda and Lakshman and Balaram. That's why you get clubbed in the head sometimes with the Transcendental Club. Wake you up. Plow that field, man. Yeah. Hey, plow and club. That's Balaram's. That's their weapons of enlightenment. Yeah. So stay in association of intimate devotees of the Lord, and then because they always have the association of the Lord. If you're in their association, you have the Lord's association. Yeah. And then when you're advanced, you're still thinking the same thing. I want to stay in association with the Lord. So especially in a more neophyte stage where you kind of wander away sometimes, like the little cows. Then Krishna has to come back, or with the Balaram, with the cowherd boys, come back and bring their cows back. Until you advance, and then still you want the association of devotees. Remember, like if it appears, this is why I say, this sadhu sangha is appearing. Don't let Maya lead you away and keep you in the illusion. if you can have sufficient intelligence. Otherwise, God, what do you? Every day, God is here with us. You start going away, you lose the attitude of a Vaishnava, real one, not a Vaidhi Bhakta. You're losing the attitude of a Vaishnava. Oh, God, I've attained sadhu sangha. Let me never leave. Lord, never let your Maya draw me away. Now, that's an advanced devotee, even at an advanced stage. My God, what a gift you're giving me, sadhu sangha. Oh, boy, this is a real devotional family in this life. How much mercy Lord Krishna has put upon me. See? Otherwise, you're ungrateful. Yeah? Oh, you don't see, oh, well, I think I'll just go away and be on my own and everything. Oh, well, you deprive the Lord in your heart of association, and you deprive others of this rare association. See? You deprive others because you're not empowered now, and then you've forgotten and they forgot too, because you can't do much in this world. See? Stay close to the devotees, the living devotees. Make friends with them. Get purified. A lot of people, they don't want to get more purified. They want to keep that false friggin' ego, that stupid ego, false identification with all kinds of illusions. Don't you want to advance, man? We're here to advance in Krishna consciousness all the way we can go. Why not? Just by coming sadhu sangha, making friends with the devotees, chanting holy name in ecstasy. What is the difficulty? Take advantage. What happens if the internet goes? Then the real test comes. Can you stay Krishna conscious? Better take advantage while you're here, because what if the internet goes? How are you going to fare without any association? I'll be okay because I know how to do it. But everybody should ask them, while this is here, take advantage. Because what happens if the internet may go? Probably will, actually. This kind
it's
of time.
a very empty feeling, because this night I woke up at 1 and I wanted to go live, and I went down here to this room. No internet in the house for hours. It's a very empty feeling when you can't go live. I could read a little bit, I could chant, but I couldn't have association with nobody. I couldn't. It's strange.
Yeah, you got to advance more, and then you put a little tree in a little plant, and then you just give Bhagavatam class to the plant, and you become ecstatic. Yeah, it's true. There was a devotee like that. He couldn't get anybody to listen to Bhagavatam in Vrindavan, and so he would get a tree. He would go out and he would give Bhagavatam class to the tree. And one day the tree exploded and Krishna came.
Oh, I'm not on that level.
Can we also do that with a cat or a dog?
Oh, yeah, anything.
Yeah, I was thinking wild pigs here in the woods.
Take a blade of grass, put it in front of you, and give Bhagavatam class to it. I'm making somebody laugh here. Pete says, "Stop making me laugh." Hey, that's what it's about here. Make it. We got to do a comment. Pete? How do I keep people here, or how do we keep people here 7 hours? Unless we really got to make a big show, man. Very entertaining, very dramatic, thriller, and thrill people and thriller, and sometimes get really angry. We say, "I've never seen anybody like that. How dare a person do this?" You got to do all these, get people really going, all kinds of emotions, man. Get them real attention, like that. How else can you keep people here at 7 hours? That's how long we've been going, I think.
5, I think.
Freddie said 7 or something. 7 hours and 39 minutes. Yeah. At least somebody said that. Oh, maybe I read something. Oh, yeah, 5 hours. All right, 5 hours. Go ahead, Tom. Keep going. Let's milk this.
Where am I? Hare Krishna. Oh yeah, you should remain in Vrindavan only for for only a short time, and then return here as soon as possible. Also, do not climb Govardhana Hill to see the Gopala deity. Inform Sanatan Goswami that I am coming to Vrindavan for a second time, and that he should therefore arrange a place for me to stay.
Yeah. Now, there's no fault for him to climb Govardhan Hill and to see the Gopal deity, but it goes against the Vaidhi principles, because the people, they think, oh, don't put your feet on the hill because that's Krishna and that's offensive, you see. But an ecstatic devotee, it's like the Lord is, the devotee just will, they don't think that way. It's like, oh, the Lord's up there, let me go see the Lord. They're very intimate in that way. And the Lord is thinking, oh yeah, I want the devotee's feet on my head. I like that, actually. But if you're like this, you won't do it. It's like that pastime in Dwarka, where Krishna wanted to show the glories of the Vrajavasis. This is Brihad Bhagavatamrita, great book, by the way. In Dwarka, the Lord says, I got a headache, man. I need the foot dust of some devotee here, and to put on my head. And all the devotees know the greatness of the Lord. He's so great. They have affection, but still they know he's so great. We can never do that. Nobody would do it. And the Lord has a headache. He says, I have no foot dust. No, Lord, how can we do this? See, they're kind of blinded by that. They don't know the true mind of the Lord.
Yeah.
So he said, well, go to Vrindavan, ask for some of the residents there. And so they go to the gopis and said, Lord Krishna is asking for foot dust. And they just sat down, they put their feet up and they start scraping it off their feet, the dust from their feet, literally. They said, well, if this will make the Lord happy, then we're going to do this. They're not thinking, is this awe and reverent? Is this appropriate or not? No, this is the Lord's desire. He really wants that. Yeah. Scrape it right off their feet and they gave it to it. Yeah. That's the intimacy. Go ahead, Tom. Next verse.
After saying this, the Lord embraced Jagannath Pandit, who then worshipped the Lord's lotus feet and started for Vrindavan. He took permission from all the devotees and then departed. Traveling on the forest path, he soon reached Varanasi. When he met Tapan Mishra and Chandra Shekhara in Varanasi, they heard from him about topics concerning Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Finally, Jagadananda Pandit reached Mathura, where he met Sanatan Goswami. They were very pleased to see each other. After Sanatan Goswami had taken Jagadananda to see all 12 forests of Vrindavan, concluding with Mahavana, the two of them remained in Gokula. They stayed in Sanatan Goswami's cave, but Jagadananda Pandit would go to a nearby temple and cook for himself. Sanatan Goswami would beg alms from door to door in the vicinity of Mahavan. Sometimes
see now you see the two different natures of the devotees. The people think, oh, a person's renounced, therefore they're a real devotee. Jagananda Pandit was, he would go and get food and he'd cook for himself. He would just be natural, whatever that is. The devotee at that point of understanding intimately the Lord. What's the difference between a sannyasi like Sanatan Goswami, who does his worship and the Lord awakens in his heart, in the intimacy and ecstasy, and Jagadananda Pandit doing his devotional service and the Lord awakening in his heart? It's the same love, the same kind, well, according to their ras, of course, but it's the same level of perfection. now a person can be natural. You could be a housewife. You can be in any ashram. You could work, not work. You could be a beggar. You can be whatever it is. But now you have the transcendental association of God living in you in his spirit, man, his intimate spirit, because his body is not really material. It's spiritual. And that spiritual body is awakened and living in the devotee, giving them a constant source of happiness in their remembering and worshiping the Lord now. So people are fooled often. They think that's why a lot of people, they take sannyas and they think, oh, that person is obviously a real guru because they're orange cloth and all that. No, the real thing we need to be looking is the internal position. Does that devotee have the Lord in the heart awakened or not? If a person's a Sudra and the Lord is awakened in his heart, that's the better guru to go to because they're realized. Even if they're a beggar or a sannyasi or a Sudra, if the Lord is in their heart and awakened, you're going to get better, more clear instruction. Because to those who worship Krishna with loving ecstasy, Bhagavad Gita 10:10, I give them the understanding of how to come back to me. You need to be instructed by those kind of devotees to go directly to Vrindavan, because they know how to go back and they'll tell you. If you're their well-wisher and friend and don't find fault with them. If you find fault with them, you can't take benefit of their association. Okay, next verse. Go ahead.
Sanatana Goswami attended to all of Jagadananda Pandit's needs. He begged in the area of Mahavan and brought Jagadananda all kinds of things to eat and drink. One day, Jagadananda Pandit, having invited Sanatan to the nearby temple for lunch, finished his routine duties and began to cook. Previously, a great sannyasi named Mukunda Saraswati had given Sanatana Goswami an outer garment. Sanatana Goswami was wearing this cloth bound about his head when he came to Jagadananda Pandit's door and sat down. Assuming the reddish cloth to be a gift from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagadananda Pandit was overwhelmed with ecstatic love. Thus he questioned Sanatana Goswami, "Where did you get that reddish cloth on your head?" Jagadananda asked. Hearing this, Jagadananda Pandit immediately became very angry.
Missing a verse or a sentence. Okay? He said, so he responded, Sanatana Goswami responded, Mukunda Saraswati gave it to me. That's another sannyasi, okay, from like one of these, probably some kind of Mayavadi sannyasis. They have a lot of those in Vrindavan. But so anyway, go ahead.
Hearing this, Jagadananda Pandit immediately became very angry and took a cooking pot in his hand, intending to beat Sanatana Goswami. Sanatana Goswami, however, knew Jagadananda Pandit very well.
So why did Jagadananda Pandit get angry and want to beat him over the head with a cooking pot? It seems pretty offensive. For a slight thing, a slight problem like that.
So Jagadananda asked, "Where did you get that reddish cloth on your head?"
And he says, Mukunda Saraswati gave it to me, some other sannyasi.
Yeah. I'm getting confused. Hare Krishna. Sanatana Goswami was wearing his cloth. I cannot think anymore.
How about you, Lolita? You don't understand why? Okay.
No, I can't follow the reading anymore.
You can't follow the reading. Okay, I'll just say, and then
I don't see the words. For me, it's very difficult in English.
Yeah.
I don't see the words.
Okay. All right. I'll just finish off with this. Okay. So Jagadananda said at first he thought that cloth was from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he felt great ecstatic love. This is from Lord Chaitanya. Anything, related to the Lord. Oh, this is obviously that. But he asked him, like, where's this cloth from? And he said, from some other sannyasi. Jagadananda said, what? What kind of chastity is this? You're one of the intimate associates of the Lord, and you're thinking about you're putting a cloth on your head from some other sannyasi, and you think that's valuable, and you have the valuable associated Lord Chaitanya. Where's your chastity? You're thinking that's of value, and you have the association of Lord Chaitanya. How chaste are you, you prostitute? Let me get this pot. I'll teach you a lesson.
Okay.
Yeah, and so anyway. Sanatan knew the mind of Jagadananda very well. And so he said to Jagadananda, coming up in the verse, he said, well, if I didn't see your faith demonstrated, how could I know what faith is unless I see you in demonstration that you'll even beat a Vaishnava who is acting wrongly just to correct them? You just overcame all, just spontaneously was going to do that. And he said, how can I learn such faith, such dedication to Lord Chaitanya, except I see it demonstrated by you like that? You're going to even chastise me. And then he says, okay, I'm taking this off. My desire is fulfilled to see your faith, and I'll give it to a stranger out here. So.
We have you.
So was he wearing an old loincloth? Okay, let's see. Being around the actual God. Okay. Being around the actual God makes it all act transcendently crazy. Yeah, I mean, if he had the cloth bound over his head from another devotee that's an associate of Lord Chaitanya, well, it's no problem, because it's the same. The Lord is saying, this is my devotees, is an extension of my body. But this was probably a Mayavadi sannyasi. There's a lot of them that's always come to Vrindavan. And so it's like, what? What are you doing, man? You should bind your head to the cloth of either Lord Chaitanya or one of his intimate associates. This is the chastity. That's why, and the same thing, you find a bona fide spiritual master, and to leave them, this is betrayal. I've experienced this betrayal in my heart, man. I know what the Lord thinks about these things, being betrayed. What? I've given you the association of a real spiritual master, and you left them. You let your Maya. That's like, Lakshman built that circle. He said, stay in that circle. And then some Brahmin out there coaxes you out and says they're a Brahmin, but inside they're actually representing Maya. Or even when you get transcendental association, and if a Brahmin coaxes you and is acting as a transcendental personality, that's just as bad. That's hypocrisy. You've just you downgraded yourself by your you don't have the right chastity to real bhakti. You've been fooled. This happens in Vaishnavism. I've seen this happen numerous times here. Devotees come, and then these sannyasis come and they claim to be exalted Vaishnavas and everything, but they leave their bona fide spiritual master for that. That's illusion. Krishna showed me in my heart, man, hey, man, that's wrong. That ain't right. And then I go and investigate, how are they as high as they say or their devotees say? I find they're not. And why are they doing that? Why don't they understand this? Why are they taking, a disciple away that's here to deliver them? They have so many lessons to learn in this Sangha. Look at it. How are we going to, if we transcend this, we're going to transcend it together. If the Lord provides association that's any better, we'll all go. Why wouldn't we? See? So, it's a lesson, a lot of lessons in this. It's true, and other teachers always hurt them. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, you got to watch out for Krishna will test everybody here on that. It has already, and because if you think there's anything better than bhakti, you're a fool. If you think there's some high, and they did this to Prabhupada too. They went to Radhakund Babaji's, and they come back to Prabhupada and said, "Oh, some Babaji said he's going to teach us much more, and he's got a deeper level of realization than you. Please give me your blessing to go." And Prabhupada said, "Yeah, I'll give you my blessing. I bless you not to meet a real spiritual master in this life." See? That's just what happened. Once you do that, you won't meet you won't recognize them because you lost faith in your own guru. See? Who actually represents real bhakti. See? This is the Lord the thing is, people misconstrue. They don't understand how this works. Now, say on the other hand, say you're with a guru, because a person might say, well, you've got people are coming to you that left their gurus. Why? What's the difference? Well, you better know the difference. The difference is the guru you're leaving, is that guru Shuddha Bhakta or not? And usually they're not. No, they're not. They're always they're not. So that's being progressive. You can't pull that one and say, well, Gohari, you've been taking disciples from gurus. How come that doesn't apply to them? Well, if they're not Shuddha Bhakta, then that you should be doing that if you're progressive. If they say don't go, if they try to hold you back, see? But if they're not Shuddha Bhaktas, then you have to, if you're really greedy, you'll go, just like the wife. And see, that's our Bhagavatam. This is not wrong. Your Bhagavatam, the wives of the Brahmins, they're gurus. The Brahmins, and they're doing their pujas, they wouldn't go to the ecstatic devotees who are really transcendental. But the wives went, even though they said, no, don't go, no, we're going. Okay.
Most gurus are no gurus.
Yeah, well, they're gurus. Well, they're gurus maybe at best to the mode of goodness, or maybe even liberation, some Mayavadi liberation. But this is very rare. This is very special. And Maya tests your discrimination. We spend a lot of time on discrimination here. You notice over the years, a lot of time on that. So this is because eventually the test comes. And if you've learned your lessons here, then you'll know, am I doing this thing? Am I leaving a bhakti guru, real bhakti guru, with real prema, that's demonstrated every day for something mundane where that guru doesn't demonstrate it? None of them do. I've seen it, man. I've seen people leave here for those who can't demonstrate prema. Oh, and they always got we don't show these things and all. I see. Yeah. So there's a lot of that going on in Vaishnavism, people imitating the highest platform. And so, you got to watch that. Okay. All right. Say, trusting you, Srila. Okay. What do we got here? Trusting you, Srila Gauradas. The closeness is happening now. Keep going. Yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah. Well, we'll go later. I need to rest also, and I think all the Vaishnava, it's enough, to one sitting. You probably came a little bit late. If you want, watch the replay. You got 5.5 hours of viewing. You can fast forward a little bit if you need to. And what if one goes to another? Hey, what do we got here? And what if one, oh, good, I can put the comments up. Can you see the comments?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what if one goes to another Shuddha Bhakta? Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you leave, say the guru is a Shuddha Bhakta, and you say, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to another Shuddha Bhakta. Well, that may be okay. See, again, it's a spontaneous decision on that. Because it may be appropriate, but there would be, it would work out right. Otherwise, it doesn't work out. I mean, going to another Shuddha Bhakta is okay, wonderful, but is that person the Shuddha Bhakta? If he's not, then it's a problem. Yeah, because Krishna's Maya is always tricking, right? Isn't she always? Everybody's being tricked. Look at what's going on in the world, man. Why? What tricky shit going on there? You notice? Oh, there's lies and deceit now coming out, man. Yeah. So she does that in religion. Also, we got in the religion area, Vaishnavism. People pretending to be exalted Vaishnavas, but aren't. They're neophytes. Yeah. So I mean, Krishna showed me. I went under to investigate. I went over to really look deeply in there. These things. Okay. Krishna, please never let me leave this Sangha. Okay, good. Good. You're understanding. It's good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if there's something better, we'll all go. Why wouldn't we? Man, we're all greedy, right? But usually not. Usually, I mean, when you start thinking you're better than your guru, because look at Lalita's ecstasy. She's never thinking like that, because she has the heart of a devotee. Okay. This is the demonstration. Look, some devotees get a little they get a little bit. You know what they think? Oh, now I'm as good as guru. Now I can go and I can leave and go here and there and everything. But that's not real Vaishnava. You're still beginner. You're still learning. You're maybe getting some rays from the heart of the guru. The moon-like rays, and then you get your oats. Oh, I'm an advanced devotee now. I've seen that a few times too.
We still stay disciples, Guru Maharaj. We still stay disciples always. It will always be like that.
Yeah, it's natural. Disciples and also friends. It's like look at the relationship with Raghunath Das and Rupa Goswami. Raghunath Das considered Rupa Goswami's guru, and he would joke in that poem. And there's a beautiful verse. I need to get that, where he writes the verse like this. He first offers obeisances and with great respect to Rupa Goswami, very ecstatic, and boom, he's in Vrindavan now. And he's seeing now Rupa Goswami turns into Rupa Manjari. And on that level, they're intimate friends. See? And he's relating, oh, Rupa Manjari, look at this. You're what's that blood on your lips over there? Some parrot has bitten them. Stuff, see? So there's the reverence is there, and then on the level of Vrindavan, the friendship is there too. And that goes, that's when you're really progressing nicely, like that. Some devotees, when they get these, so they want to jump into friendship first. That's kind of a little bit of a contamination. So I try to help them. That's why if I tell a devotee that does that, I say they want direct association with me. In other words, they want to go directly to God a little bit. There's some of that in there. I say, oh, wait a second here. Go to my students here. Go make friends with Lalita and Tom and the other devotees, whoever's there. Be friends, make friends with them, and you get purified, and they'll teach you what real devotional service is. Look at Lalita's mood, how she worships Krishna, how she worships Guru, and you'll learn from her these lessons because she can teach you more than I can, or any of the devotees, Govinda, or any of them that are in, like the right mood. And you learn their mood, and you learn all you need to learn from the devotees, and then you can approach easily. Otherwise, you try to jump over. You know, I've had people like this. I've had some devotees who've been with, they say they've been with ecstatic gurus, and maybe okay, and then they say, Gauri, I'm also ecstatic like you, and I like your association and like being around you guys. You know, it's really nice. But you know what? I don't want to be your disciple or servant. I want to be your friend, man, because I'm ecstatic. You're ecstatic. Can you imagine? They think this is purified, and I think, and you know what? I even said, okay, let's roll like with that. Let's see what happens. It never worked out. The person always leaves because it's not the right mood. You got to approach it in a service, a mood. So, because that's how Bhagavad Gita, that's how Bhakti is taught. Remember, Krishna says to Arjuna, listen, I'll tell you these secrets because you are my devotee. You're submissive servant and friend. And I'll tell you so many secrets. That's what happens here, right? You guys learn so many secrets, you know, because you're disciples, you know, and my friend, you have respect or well-wisher. You can even just be a well-wisher. You say, well, you know, I'm not qualified. I'm not ready to, I don't feel that. But you know what? I wish you well, and I'll come, and I like listening to you. Okay, that's good enough. Christians say, oh, that's good enough. Yeah, they'll get, you know, start like that. Yeah. He'll liberate you for that. You know, even if you're not a disciple, but you're a well-wisher. Okay, what do we got here? Let's see here. First, let's see if we can get 2 comments here. No? Okay. Janaki says, I feel the same. Never, 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 Guru. Srila Gauraya says our connection to Krishna. The one Krishna sent us. Cute. And Pete says, did Srila Prabhupada say that only 1 in a million will take fully to Krishna devotion? Well, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you know, there's 1 million devotees, more than 1 million. Wouldn't you say? Maybe millions of devotees, Vaishnavas now? Well, look, we just have like, well, we're doing better than that 1 in a million, I think. But it's about like that. You know, 1 of the millions that are there are taking to this level of devotion. They're taking to Vaidhi maybe, but this is the real deal where, you know, this is where you go through the door and a one-way trip to Vrindavan, you know. So this level of devotion, 1 in a million usually. That's why we have only a few really. But, you know, it could take off, you know. Maybe we'll get 1 in 500,000. Now that's pretty good. Bring it down a bit. And actually, only 1 in a million devotees know Krishna intimately. You know, they may know Krishna like in awe and reverence and all that, but where's an intimate associate of Lord Chaitanya? That's 1 in a million. And don't you think they're all these ones who say they're gurus on all over the place, pure devotees and all that? No, they don't really know. No. 1 in a million really are intimate associates of Lord Chaitanya. They're that rare. I had to learn that personally. Well, I didn't, you know, I went through a lot of persons who were claiming, or their disciples were claiming so high and very intimate and everything. But there's 1 in a million is like that. Prabhupada knew that too. It was very rare to find somebody who knows the intimate behavior and mentality of Lord Krishna and Radharani. Very rare. Very, very, very rare. Anyway, people can look. Are we demonstrating that we know something about Krishna that's pretty deep? You know, check it out. See if we're revealing the verses in a way that where you're getting deeper understanding or not. Joe, I like this thing. I just put your comments up here. Joanne says, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told also spiritual master on have it. Yeah, you got to think. Yeah, if you don't think yourself a big fool in front of your guru, there's something wrong. Okay, we had enough fun for a while. Time for a smoothie. Thank you all for coming. All glories to the assembled devotees. Thank you so much for hanging
so
out.
much.
Yeah.
I will talk to Peter Looney. Pete Looney.
Yeah, you
No.
talked to Pete Lumi. All right. Hey, you lucky to get an audience with Lalita Ganga.
I always do it when I see somebody new. I always talk to them.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's good.
Always. Hare Krishna.